Chapter 4097. Yang Yuchun stood at the side and looked at Duan Tian with a slightly dazed gaze. The smile that was maintained on his face had completely froze at this moment. Why didn't he realize that this guy was such a bootlicker? Didn't they say that geniuses were proud? Even he, a bystander, couldn't bear to listen to this bootlicker. However, when he saw his fourth junior sister beaming with joy, he couldn't help but give Duan Tian a thumbs up secretly. His bootlicker was really good. He actually gained the recognition of this young lady so quickly. He remembered that when this young lady first came to the 10,000 Jurisprudence Palace, he spent a few hundred years before she finally acknowledged him as her senior brother. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Little junior brother, how did you get tricked by third senior brother? Lang Chunwan asked Duan Tian. Yang Yuchen, who was standing aside, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What did she mean by tricked? Was he that kind of person? Duan Tian couldn't help but laugh. Fourth senior sister, I don't think I was tricked by third senior brother. He promised to let me enter the remains of the ultimate powerhouse. Duan Tian knew that Lang Chunwan had entered the remains of the ultimate powerhouse, so he didn't hide anything in front of Lang Chunwan. Remains of the ultimate powerhouse? Hearing Duan Tian's words, Lang Chunwan was a little surprised. He really allowed you to enter the remains of the ultimate powerhouse? He didn't need you to contribute anything to the inner palace? He said that as long as I enter the 10,000 Jurisprudence Palace and the inner palace, he could make an exception and let me in. Duan Tian said with a vigilant look. Could it be that he doesn't have the authority to make an exception and let me in directly? If that's the case, I'm afraid I can't enter the 10,000 Jurisprudence Palace and the inner palace. As he said this, Duan Tian looked at Yang Yuchen suspiciously. Then his gaze landed on Lang Chunwan again. He has the authority. Lang Chunwan stared at Yang Yuchen as she said, every generation's leader of the inner palace has a chance to make an exception and let someone enter the remains of the ultimate powerhouse. Back then, when I entered the inner palace, he wasn't willing to give that chance to me. He even lied to me and said that it was a test for me and that it would help me grow. At that moment, Lang Chuanyuan's tone was filled with resentment. As for Yang Yuchen, after coughing once, he smiled awkwardly. Fourth junior sister, isn't it because I feel that you're stronger than little junior brother? Furthermore, I left you a chance and found you a junior brother. Isn't that good? Haven't you been urging me to find you a junior brother or junior sister? Yang Yuchen tried his best. Up, Lang Chunwan snorted. Fortunately, you gave the chance to junior brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you off. Even if I can't beat you now, when my strength surpasses yours in the future, I'll hang you on the mountain gate of 10,000 Jurisprudence Academy and spank your butt 100 times in front of everyone. Yang Yuchen's expression froze when he heard this. However, this subtle change was still noticed by Duan Tian, which made Duan Tian secretly shocked. Did his third senior brother really think that his fourth senior sister had a chance to surpass him in terms of strength? His third senior brother was also a famous genius in the mysterious gangland. He entered the ultimate god realm when he was just over 10,000 years old and entered the medium ultimate god realm when he was 20,000 years old. Looking at the current generation of the mysterious gangland, his achievement could be considered as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Very few people could achieve this at his age. But now, he seemed to think that Lang Chunwan had a chance to catch up to him or even surpass him. For a moment, Duan Tian gained a deeper understanding of Lang Chunwan. It seemed that this fourth senior sister was not as simple as he currently thought. His current understanding of this fourth senior sister was that she was a high god emperor who was not even 10,000 years old and had just broken through not long ago. As for the rest, he knew nothing. However, since his third senior brother was like this fourth senior sister must have other extraordinary aspects. Fourth junior sister, arrange a place for junior brother to stay. Yang Yuchen only wanted to leave this place immediately so that this little girl would not embarrass him again. Now, I'll take junior brother to the academy to complete the enrollment procedures. Even if Duan Tian entered the inner palace, as a member of the inner palace, he would still have to complete the enrollment procedures in 10,000 Jurisprudence Academy. The inner palace also belonged to 10,000 Jurisprudence Academy. This was an unchangeable fact. Junior brother, I'll definitely arrange for your cultivation place to be better than third senior brothers. Before Duan Lingtian left with Yang Yuchen, Lang Chunwon said to Duan Lingtian with a grin, completely ignoring Yang Yuchen's angry expression. This little girl's strength had not surpassed his yet, but she dared to act so recklessly. If she really did surpass him in the future, perhaps she could really hang him outside 10,000 Jurisprudence Academy and spank him. It seems that I have to work harder to cultivate. If this little girl really catches up to me, then I won't have the face to see anyone. Yang Yuchen secretly made up his mind. After this time, he would bring his junior brother to complete the enrollment procedures and arrange some follow-up matters. He would cultivate in seclusion and strive to consolidate his cultivation as a medium ultimate god as soon as possible. It's too difficult to consolidate the cultivation of a medium ultimate god. It's more than 10 times harder to consolidate the cultivation of a lower ultimate god. Yang Yuchen felt a little helpless. That little girl's cultivation speed is at most on par with mine. However, her fortuitous encounter in the mundane realm seems to have allowed her to naturally not spend time consolidating her cultivation. Even eldest senior sister said that her fortuitous encounter might have something to do with an ultimate god. Moreover, it's not an ordinary ultimate god. It was also because of this that Yang Yuchen felt that his fourth junior sister Lang Chunwon had a chance to catch up with him in the future and even surpass him. This was because Lang Chunwon did not need to consolidate her cultivation at all after each breakthrough. Her cultivation would automatically consolidate and it would be a perfect consolidation. This was the case in the past and it was the same when she stepped into the upper divine emperor realm some time ago. Therefore, he suspected that his fourth junior sister might not need to consolidate her cultivation after she stepped into the ultimate god realm. Her cultivation would automatically consolidate perfectly after her breakthrough. Under such circumstances, she could save a lot of time compared to others. It was not impossible for her to surpass him. When Duan Lingtian left the inner palace with Yang Yuchen also imparted the handprint to Duan Lingtian, so that it would be convenient for Duan Lingtian to enter and exit the inner palace in the future. At the same time, he also gave his soul orb to Duan Lingtian. Send me a message if there's anything. Now, I'll take you to complete the enrollment procedures. As the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy, although Yang Yuchen's authority was not so great that he could cover the sky with one hand, it was not difficult for him to make an exception and recruit a student. Moreover, this student was the recently famous Heaven's Pride of the 7 prefectures, Duan Lingtian. Since the 7 prefectures' grand banquet, Duan Lingtian's reputation had risen to another level. Even many people in Myriad Law Academy had heard of him. Duan Lingtian came to our Myriad Law Academy? Vice Palace Master Yang personally brought him here. Could it be that Vice Palace Master Yang invited him here? Our Myriad Law Academy has never taken the initiative to invite external students, right? I don't know. Maybe Vice Palace Master Yang decided to accept such a student on the spur of the moment? Under the curious gazes of a group of people, under Yang Yuchen's lead, Duan Lingtian went through the enrollment procedures of the Myriad Arts Academy. In just a quarter of an hour, the Myriad Law Academy student token was in his hands. When they heard Duan Lingtian address Yang Yuchen as third senior brother, they were shocked. I thought Vice Palace Master Yang was going to accept him as a disciple. Vice Palace Master Yang is accepting a disciple on behalf of his master? He accepted such a junior brother? Although most people in Myriad Law Academy did not know that Yang Yuchen was from the inner palace, they knew that Yang Yuchen had a senior brother, a senior sister, and a junior sister. Those who did not know about the inner palace only thought that they came from the same master and supported each other. That was why there was a ranking of senior brother and junior sister. Those who knew about the inner palace naturally guessed that Yang Yuchen had accepted Duan Lingtian into the Myriad Law Academy when they learned that Yang Yuchen had brought Duan Lingtian back to the Myriad Law Academy and addressed Yang Yuchen as third senior brother. This caused an uproar among the Myriad Law Academy's higher-ups. Some of the higher-ups who looked down on the inner palace expressed their dissatisfaction to the current palace master of Myriad Law Academy. Vice Palace Master Yang took the initiative to recruit students from the outside, breaking the Myriad Law Academy's rules that have been in place for many years. After this, in the eyes of others, I'm afraid the Myriad Law Academy is no longer as sacred as before. That's right. Our Myriad Law Academy has always been a place where people come and go as they please. However, this time we actually took the initiative to invite an outsider to join us. This is damaging our reputation. However, in the face of these people's attacks, the current Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy only replied indifferently. The Myriad Law Academy doesn't have a rule of not recruiting students from the outside. It's just that nobody took the initiative to recruit students. As for the Myriad Law Academy's sacred status and reputation, if a new student can affect it, then the Myriad Law Academy might as well close down. As soon as these words came out, no one dared to object. Looks like the rumors are true. The Palace Master might really see Yang Yuchen as his successor. Some people in the inheritance bloodline were worried. We can't allow this to happen. That Yang Yuchen is from the inner palace. Even if he joins our inheritance bloodline for the position of Palace Master, I'm afraid his heart is still with the inner palace. What should we do? This matter can't be delayed any longer. If this continues, the academy will really become the inner palace's. Even if the inner palace had a glorious past in the past, it has declined and shouldn't reappear in front of others. Chapter 4098. Little junior brother, you can stay here or go back to the inner palace, Yi Futian said. After Yang Yuchan brought Duan Ling Tian to the Myriad Arts Academy's student dormitory, he brought Duan Ling Tian to the Myriad Arts Academy's student dormitory. The student dormitory was divided into a few areas. Although they were all single dormitories, some of the single dormitories were in the same building. Some of the single dormitories were independent courtyards with each student having a floor. The best single dormitories were independent courtyards for each student. Yang Yuchen arranged for Duan Lingtian to stay in the most ordinary single dormitory because he felt that even if he arranged it for Duan Lingtian might not stay there. Even if he did, he would only stay for a few days. The environment of the inner palace's independent dimension was much better than here. Back then, the ancestor who founded the inner palace had cut off half of a godly venerable faction's divine essence mine and brought it there. Third senior brother. Duan Lingtian glanced at the student dormitory and did not dislike Yang Yuchen's arrangement because he now knew that he could change dormitories at any time as long as he had divine essence in hand. Now, he was more concerned about what Yang Yuchen had promised him. When will you let me in the Supreme Expert's relic? So soon? Yang Yuchen smiled and said, Since I've promised you, I naturally won't go back on my word. How about this, I'll let you in a year. Before that, I want to check if the spirit energy in the Supreme Expert's relic is stable. Although the Supreme Expert's relic was left behind, the spirit energy inside still needs to be provided by us. Otherwise, the Supreme Expert's relic would have been completely annihilated many years ago due to excessive consumption. Yang Yuchen said, A year? Duan Lingtian heard this, and although he was not very satisfied, he did not say much. A year's time was not considered long. Third senior brother, go do your own thing. After a moment of silence, Duan Lingtian broke the silence and said to Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen heard this and nodded. Okay. In short, if anyone bullies you within the academy and outside the rules, feel free to contact me. Of course, Yang Yuchen was just speaking casually. He knew very well that after knowing that Duan Lingtian was his junior brother, very few people would dare to bully Duan Lingtian outside of the rules. After Yang Yuchen left, Duan Lingtian took out the dormitory key he had received when he went through the admission procedures. He glanced at it and saw the number written on it. Block 2, 603. This was also the dormitory assigned to him. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he arrived before a dormitory. Shockingly, there was a stone tablet floating in front of this dormitory, and 2 words were inscribed on it in a flamboyant manner. Building 2. Then, Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto a room on the 6th floor. The number on the door was 603. It's a bit like the university dormitories on Earth in my previous life. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In his previous life, he had never gone to university. This was something he had always regretted. In a flash, he arrived in front of the door of the room, inserted the key, and opened the door. The room was neither spacious nor narrow. A standard bed was placed there. It was clean and spotless. Obviously, someone usually cleaned it. "Brother, are you new?" Duan Lingtian was just about to enter the room when a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. A person walked out of room 602 next door. It was a young man with a strong body and a simple and honest face. The young man was close to 2 meters tall, half a head taller than Duan Lingtian. At this time, he had a smile on his face. "My name is Tan Fei. I live in room 602 next door. From now on, we'll be neighbors." Tan Fei seemed to be a little enthusiastic. Looking at his appearance, there was not the slightest pretentiousness. Obviously, he was just speaking from his heart. "Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian nodded at Tan Fei. Then, without saying anything, he stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. The current him was not interested in getting to know anyone. So what if he got to know someone? It was fine if their relationship was shallow. However, if their relationship was deep and he offended someone in the future, he might implicate the other party. Previously, when he was in Chunyang school, after learning about the Mon-origin spirit sex style, he knew that sometimes making friends was not necessarily a good thing. Who knew when his friends would be implicated by him? Duan Lingtian? When Tan Fei heard Duan Lingtian's name, he could not help but be stunned. Why does this name sound so familiar? However, this guy is truly arrogant. Those who don't know him might think he lives in a dormitory with a courtyard. Those who lived in a dormitory with a courtyard either had a strong background or were quite strong. They did not lack divine crystals, so they would not live in the worst dormitory. Tan Fei shook his head and no longer thought about it. He left the dormitory directly. He came out because he had something to do. Coincidentally, he met his new neighbor. He did not purposely come out to get to know him. "Although I, Tan Fei, don't have a strong background and my strength is ordinary, I don't want to be friends with someone as arrogant as you," Tan Fei thought proudly in his heart. Of course, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Tan Fei's arrogance. After entering his room, he activated the formation compass and enveloped the entire room. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bed and thought about his experience in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. He was mainly thinking about his 4th senior sister. His 4th senior sister looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. She had a harmless personality, but deep down, she was a ruthless person. However, based on what he had seen so far, her attitude toward him was not bad. However, I'd better not go to the inner sect for the time being. She seems to be quite interested in me. If she keeps watching me, it won't be so convenient for me to cultivate. As long as he activated the formation, nobody would deliberately disturb his cultivation unless they wanted to become enemies with him. However, he had a feeling that his 4th senior sister was not an ordinary person. She might not care so much about the rules. After Tan Fei left the student dormitory in Block 2, he went all the way to the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's trading area, the Myriad Jurisprudence Bazaar. He had come out this time to purchase some divine pills to assist in his cultivation. After arriving at the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, he heard many people talking about a person who was personally invited by Vice Sect leader Yang Yuchen to join the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Vice Sect leader Yang personally left the palace to invite someone? In the history of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, there's no such precedent, right? Who's that person? Why is he so important? Tan Fei was slightly surprised. At the same time, he was slightly envious. A person who was personally invited by Vice Sect leader Yang to the palace and accepted as a disciple on behalf of his master would definitely enjoy special treatment in the palace. A single courtyard dormitory was probably not worthy of that person's status. When he thought about his dormitory, Tan Fei felt a sense of loss. Comparisons were odious. However, he also knew in his heart that the difference in treatment between him and the other party was more because the other party was stronger than him. His talent and comprehension were not something he could compare to Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, Tan Fei only heard people talking about the student who was specially recruited by Yang Yuchen. He did not hear the other party's name. However, when he heard someone mention the other party's name, he was stunned. Duan Lingtian. Could it be the new guy I saw just now? The guy from room 603? Tan Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. A person who vice sect leader Yang specially invited to live in a dormitory? Is this a joke? Experiencing the hardships of the common people? Starting from the bottom? Also, no wonder I thought his name sounded familiar. So, he's the genius from the Chunyang School of the 7 Prefectures. The champion of the 7 Prefectures banquet. He's a super genius who mastered the sword principle before the age of 3000. His cultivation has also entered the realm of a middle-level divine emperor. In addition, he's good at the law of space. His attainments are also very deep. He's already mastered the second teleportation. The more Tan Fei thought about it, the more shocked he was. Such an amazing person is living next door to me? Could it be God's arrangement? If such a big shot were to casually pluck a strand of hair from his leg, it would probably be enough to save me 30 years of hard work, right? Tan Fei seemed to have completely forgotten that he was still yelling about how he disdained to be friends with the other party. So fragrant. That Duan Lingtian. Did he choose which academy to enter after entering the academy? Tan Fei thought to himself. He shouldn't have chosen yet, right? The Myriad Arts Academy was divided into many academies, each with a different focus. There was the War Academy, the Divine Arts Academy, the Divine Pill Academy, the Divine Weapon Academy, and the Divine Botany Academy. The War Academy's focus was naturally on improving one's strength. The Divine Arts Academy's focus was on the study of cultivation techniques. There were also people who comprehended the Tao and mastered amazing combat strength. All in all, they were all different paths leading to the same goal. The Divine Pill Academy and the Divine Pill Academy, as their names implied, were places that studied the Tao of divine pills and divine weapons. The Divine Botany Academy's focus was on the hybridization of various divine trees and divine plants. For example, a divine plant with 2 rare divine fruits. After hybridization, would a divine fruit with better medicinal effects be born? However, no matter which academy it was, the students inside, except for some who didn't care about life and death, still put cultivation first. The others could only be regarded as hobbies, and they would play around while cultivating. The 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was approaching step by step. No one dared to be negligent. It was fine if he didn't enter the Divine King realm, but once he did, he would have to face the heavenly tribulation that occurred once every 1,000 years. However, he will most likely choose to enter the War Academy. This kind of practical genius, what he cares about the most is his strength. However, there seems to be some rumors saying that his ability to refine divine pills isn't small. He can even refine a peak king-level divine pill. I wonder if this news is true or false. Tan Fei's eyes became brighter and brighter. Duan Lingtian. That was the student in the dormitory next to him. It was his neighbor. There was a saying that distant relatives weren't as good as close neighbors, and it was referring to people like them. I must build a good relationship with him. Such a big shot isn't someone I can come in contact with at any time. As long as he gives me some pointers, it will be enough for me to enjoy for the rest of my life. Chapter 4099. The dormitories within the Myriad Arts Academy were all secluded small courtyards with mountains and rivers inside, of course. The mountains were fake mountains and the water was just a small pond. However, even though the area was not big, it still gave off a peaceful feeling as if one was in nature. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared outside one of the dormitories like the wind and said with a smile, "Wang Yunsheng, if you're not cultivating, why don't I come in and have a seat?" It was a handsome young man in a flowing green robe. When he smiled, he gave off a warm feeling. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice was heard from the stone house in the small courtyard. "What's the matter?" As soon as the voice was heard, the stone house's door opened. Then, a tall and sturdy young man with a pair of cold eyes slowly walked out of the stone house. When he came out, his gaze fell on the newcomer. Seeing the sturdy young man, Wang Yunsheng, walk out of the door, the elegant young man did not stand on ceremony and entered the small courtyard in a flash. He sat down on a bench next to the small pond in the small courtyard and placed his arms on the back of the bench naturally. He crossed his legs and smiled at the sturdy young man as if he was the owner. The sturdy young man's expression remained indifferent when he saw this. It was as if he was used to the person in front of him acting so casually. "Speak, what's the matter?" the sturdy young man asked with a hint of impatience in his tone. "You know that Duan Lingtian, a genius disciple of the God Emperor level sect Chunyang School in Tungling Province, one of the 7 prefectures, has come to Myriad Law Academy, right?" the young man asked with a smile. "Yes." The sturdy young man nodded faintly. "You're here for this?" The young man chuckled. "I heard that your Mon-Origin Divine Sect's godly venerable expert personally came and was rejected by him, since he looks down on your Mon-Origin Divine Sect as one of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect's holy sons. Can you swallow this insult?" The young man's words were provocative. "Humph!" Wang Yunxing snorted coldly. "Shaoan, you came all the way here just to tell me this? If the news I received is correct, Duan Lingtian didn't only reject the Mon-Origin Divine Sect, but he also rejected the Hanlin Divine Mansion. The elegant young man came from a heavyweight godly venerable rank faction, the Hanlin Divine Mansion. Some time ago, the godly venerable rank experts from the Hanlin Divine Mansion went to the 7 prefectures Chunyang School to invite Duan Lingtian. Whether it was Wang Yunsheng or Shaoan, they were both well-known figures among the younger generation of the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect and the Hanlin Divine Mansion. The reason they came to the Myriad Law Academy was not only because there were some things they were interested in, but also because they wanted to see the strength of other geniuses of the same generation. Wang Yunsheng and Shaoan had fought for a while when they first came to the Myriad Arts Academy. Both, in the end, Wang and Dun Lingtian was. Over time, although the two of them did not become friends, they were more familiar with each other than ordinary people. Wang Yunxing's personality was cold, so he naturally ignored Shaoan. However, Shaoan did not mind Wang Yunxing's estrangement and came to visit again and again, which made Wang Yunxing feel quite helpless. After all, it would be difficult for him to defeat Shaoan if they were to fight. Of course, the reason why he could recognize Shaoan was because Shaoan was not a mediocre person. Geniuses were all proud. To gain his recognition, one must either know him when he was young or be at least as strong as him. In Wang Yunxing's eyes, Shaoan was undoubtedly the latter. "You're quite well informed." Shaoan smiled. "How about it? Are you interested in testing out this genius who was personally invited by Vice Palace Master Yang to join the academy? You should know that even you and I don't have such treatment. Moreover, Vice Palace Lord Yang seems to have accepted him as a disciple on behalf of his master and called him little junior brother." There was no lack of instigation in Xiao An's words. "If you want to test him, do it yourself. Don't think of using me as a tool." Wang Yunsheng said lightly. "Boring." Xiao An stood up and shrugged. "I'm just casually asking you. If you're not willing to do it, then don't do it. I'm here this time mainly to discuss a deal with you." Xiao An's expression turned solemn when he spoke up to this point. Then, he looked around vigilantly before he sent a voice transmission to Wang Yunsheng, causing Wang Yunsheng to frown slightly. After a moment, Wang Yunsheng's brows relaxed, and a hint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. "I don't have to do this, right? You can do it yourself. Aren't you tempted by that thing?" Wang Yunsheng looked at Xiao An suspiciously. Xiao An shook his head. "Indeed, I want that thing. However, just like the other fellows, it's not convenient for me to make a move. After all, I'm worried that I'll offend him because of this. It'll be fine if he dies halfway and can't grow. However, if he grows and bears a grudge, I'm afraid I'll be in a bad situation. Although I have the Hanlin Divine Residence behind me, I'm not an existence that can't be abandoned in the Hanlin Divine Residence. You're different, Wang Yunsheng. You're a direct descendant of that senior from the Mon-Origin Divine Sect." Xiao An sighed. To put it bluntly, we don't dare to offend him too openly. However, you, Wang Yunxing, don't have this concern. Humph. Wang Yunxing snorted coldly. In my opinion, you're not necessarily afraid of his future, right? Currently, you're more afraid of Vice Palace Master Yang, right? Shaoan smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Although he did not say anything, there was no doubt that he tacitly agreed with Wang Yunxing's statement. This was the truth. Do you know who posted this mission on the dark net? Wang Yunxing asked Shaoan. Without waiting for Shaoan to respond, Wang Yunxing continued, even if you don't know, tell me your guess. I have some idea in my heart, but I'm not too sure. I'm afraid my guess is similar to yours. Shaoan smiled. Then, the two of them looked at each other and spoke at almost the same time. Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Art Academy. He was also Duan Lingtian's third senior brother. Of course, when they mentioned this name, they did not mean that Yang Yuchen was the one who posted the mission to test Duan Lingtian and suppress Duan Lingtian on the darknet. Instead, they wanted to say that it was related to Yang Yuchen. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have been targeted. It's most likely someone from the branch of Legacy. I just don't know who it is. Moreover, you know that in the Myriad Art Academy, the darknet missions are issued directly through that divine weapon. Unless an existence above the level of a high-level ultimate god intervenes, it's very difficult to find out who it is. But, is that possible? That divine artifact, many people speculate that it belongs to that person. The darknet was a secret trading platform within the Myriad Art Academy. It was usually not put out in the open, but many people knew of its existence. The existence of the darknet mainly relied on a divine weapon. It was said that it was a high-level divine weapon that had already developed a weapon soul. However, it was not the kind of high-level divine weapon that was offensive or defensive, but a high-level divine weapon that was auxiliary in nature. Within the Myriad Art Academy, as long as one performed a set of hand gestures, one could open the darknet mission posting interface. One could issue a mission there and pay the deposit at the same time. If the mission was completed, one would need to pay the remaining balance. In the history of the Myriad Art Academy, there were people who deliberately did not pay the balance, and in the end, no one had a good ending. The darknet divine weapon punished those who violated the rules of the darknet according to the amount of balance. The heavy punishment was death, while the light punishment was some minor punishment. However, as long as the person was not executed, they still needed to pay the balance after being punished. Moreover, it's not like you don't know. The darknet is only open to existences below the level of Ultimate God. Even if it's a mission issued by a big shot from the branch of Legacy, it must be through someone else. Shaoan said. That's true. Wang Yunxing nodded, and then his eyes flashed. You don't dare to accept this mission, but I do. It just so happens that I also want to see how strong the person who rejected the Mon-Origin sect is. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yunxing performed a set of hand gestures in the air. In the next moment, a gray mirror image appeared in the void. There were two faintly discernible words formed on it. If one looked closely, it was not difficult to see that it was the words Dark Net. Mission Browse. Wang Yunxing said lightly. In the next moment, the gray mirror image in front of him showed a list of missions arranged from top to bottom. Moreover, it was constantly scrolling and changing. It was not until Wang Yunxing called for it to stop that the mirror image stopped scrolling. The third one. Wang Yunxing stared at the third line of missions in the mirror image. The title of the mission was to test and suppress the genius Duan Lingtian from the 7 prefectures. Even if it was just a test, the reward was so generous that Wang Yunxing was tempted. If the suppression was successful, the reward would be even more generous. Even Wang Yunxing's eyes lit up at this moment. At the end of the mission, there was a note that only those below the God Emperor realm could accept it. Usually, only those below the God Emperor realm could see the mission. Those above the God Emperor realm could not see the mission even if they summoned the darknet. In fact, this mission was mainly issued to Wang Yunxing, Shaoan, and a group of outstanding young geniuses in the Mystic Gangland. Shaoan had seen this mission before. That was why he came to find Wang Yunxing and asked if he was interested. because he knew that although Wang Yunxing knew how to summon the dark net, he rarely looked at the missions posted on it. He would only take a few glances at it when others reminded him. Accept the mission, Wang Yunxing said, and accepted the mission. At the same time, in another part of the Myriad Arts Academy, a mid-level god emperor who was cultivating suddenly sent out a message. Master, someone has accepted the mission. I just don't know who it is. But we will know soon. At the same time, many people who were paying attention to the mission for the Duan Lingtian on the darknet found that the mission had been accepted by someone. Who could it be? Chapter 4100. The dark net's existence in Myriad Law Academy was not a secret. In fact, anyone who had stayed in Myriad Law Academy for a period of time would know about the existence of the dark net. As for the higher-ups of Myriad Law Academy, they were even more aware of the existence of the dark net. At the same time, they also knew that the dark net had existed since Myriad Law Academy was founded. Many people suspected that the Darknet's divine artifact was in the hands of the current Academy Master of Myriad Law Academy and had been passed down from generation to generation. However, no one had confirmed this, so it had always been a suspicion. However, the possibility of this was very high. Otherwise, how could the Darknet have always existed in Myriad Law Academy and not have been attacked? In the history of Myriad Law Academy, it was not that the higher-ups of Myriad Law Academy had never launched an attack on the Darknet, but in the end, nothing was done. They could not find the source of the dark net. After all, even if some people in Myriad Law Academy wanted to investigate, they would not be able to trace it back to the current Academy Master. Of course, they did not dare to. Therefore, under such circumstances, no one had suggested attacking the dark net in recent years because everyone knew what was going on. The dark net might have been created by the Academy Master himself. Even if it was not, it was definitely supported by the Academy Master. In the history of Myriad Law Academy, no Academy Master had ever targeted the dark net since its existence. It was as if every generation of Academy Masters had tacitly acknowledged the existence of the dark net. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, anyone who saw that the dark net's mission against Duan Lingtian had been accepted started to pay attention to Duan Lingtian. Those who could directly see the mission against Duan Lingtian through the Darknet were only Myriad Law Academy students below the God Emperor level. Those above the God Emperor level could not see it. However, not long after, existences above the God Emperor level also learned about this mission from others. They also knew that this mission had been accepted by someone else. Someone issued a mission against Duan Lingtian on the Darknet? Before Tan Fei could leave the Myriad Law Bazaar, he heard many people discussing this matter. After frowning slightly, he immediately returned to the dormitory. In the dormitory, Tan Fei made a set of hand seals and the dark net appeared. Then, he saw the content of the mission against Duan Lingtian. Probing and suppressing could obtain different rewards, and one had to make a move in public. Let's remind him. Tan Fei's eyes flickered. He eventually walked out of his dorm and went to dorm 603 next door, which was also Duan Lingtian's dorm. Then he knocked on the door. Inside dorm 603, Duan Lingtian wasn't cultivating. He was currently using the memory jade slips he had obtained when he had gone through the admission procedures to understand the various aspects of the Myriad Art Academy. With the passage of time, his understanding of the Myriad Arts Academy also deepened. It was only when he heard a knock on the door that he came back to his senses. Is it him? Although Duan Lingtian had set up an isolation array, he didn't block out any sound, so the knocking on the door could be heard clearly. Duan Lingtian frowned. Although he didn't know why the other party was looking for him, he still went to open the door since he had nothing to do. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked bluntly, "What's the matter?" He had already met the person in front of him before. He lived in dorm 602 next door, and those who lived there were naturally all students of the Myriad Arts Academy. There were no exceptions. Duan Lingtian, is it convenient for you to come in and talk? Or do you want to come to my place? Tan Fei seemed to be a little vigilant. He looked around a few times and asked Duan Lingtian, "Come in." Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. It seemed that Tan Fei really had something to talk to him about. However, he couldn't figure out what Tan Fei wanted. After Tan Fei entered, he casually closed the door and then looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, you're new here. Do you know about the existence of the dark net? Dark net? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of this. Even the information he had learned about the Myriad Arts Academy didn't mention this dark net. It seems that you still don't know. Seeing the puzzled look on Duan Lingtian's face, Tan Fei smiled bitterly. Or rather, Vice Palace Master Yang didn't have time to tell you about this. The dark net is the name of a platform unique to the Myriad Arts Academy. On it, you can post and accept missions. When Tan Fei saw that Duan Lingtian did not know about the existence of the dark net, he took the opportunity to introduce the dark net to Duan Lingtian. He told Duan Lingtian about the origin of the dark net and its current prosperity. The dark net is suspected to be an auxiliary artifact that has given birth to an artifact soul. It's suspected to be in the hands of the past Myriad Arts Academy masters. Although these were only guesses, when Duan Lingtian heard from Tan Fei that the past palace masters of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace had never personally issued any orders against the darknet. Moreover, it seemed as though they had tacitly agreed to the existence of the darknet. Therefore, Duan Lingtian felt that these two guesses were most likely true. Otherwise, how could the attitude of the past Myriad Arts Academy masters toward the darknet be explained? Someone issued a mission against me? While Duan Lingtian was frowning slightly, Tan Fei also made a set of hand seals in front of Duan Lingtian. Immediately, a mirror image appeared in the void. In the mirror image, the words dark net appeared, and the surroundings were gray and hazy. Duan Lingtian watched Tan Fei's operation and soon saw the person targeting him on the dark net. It was a mission that was only available to existences below the Emperor God level. It was to test him and even suppress his limelight. The reward was very generous. At the very least, even Duan Lingtian was quite tempted. Has been accepted? Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered that this mission against him had been accepted, and no one else could accept it. This mission is only available to existences below the Emperor God level. Because it's clearly stated, existences above the Emperor God level can't see this mission when they open the dark net. However, although they can't see this mission, they can learn about it from others. Now that someone has accepted the mission, it won't be long before someone comes looking for you. At this point, Tan Fei's expression was solemn. Duan Lingtian, your strength has been known since the 7 Prefectures feast. It's no secret. Under such circumstances, if someone still accepted the mission against you, it's enough to show that the other party is not an ordinary person. This mission is only available to existences below the Emperor God level. The only person who has the confidence to accept this mission is one of the most outstanding Emperor God students among the younger generation of Myriad Law Academy. Among them, there's no lack of prodigies from other godly venerable factions. You must not be careless. Tan Fei reminded him. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at the same time. Thank you for reminding me. However, can you teach me the hand seals to open the dark net? Now, Duan Lingtian was very curious about this dark net in Myriad Law Academy. At the same time, he felt that it was very novel and magical. It was somewhat similar to the computer websites on Earth in his previous life. However, the computer websites on Earth in his previous life were products of science and technology, while the dark net in Myriad Law Academy was a completely different product. It seemed to be controlled by the auxiliary artifact soul, and this was not impossible to achieve. That auxiliary artifact must have many formations hidden in it that cover the entire Myriad Law Academy. It's not impossible to activate the dark net and let the people in Myriad Law Academy conduct secret transactions. However, this dark net is somewhat similar to some of the platforms on Earth in my previous life. For example, Taoba and Taoba are both taking what they need. The person who refined the auxiliary artifact behind the dark net couldn't have also been to Earth. Right? That's not right. Earth is just an insignificant civilized planet in one of the mundane realms between heaven and Earth. Let's not talk about other places. Just the Yen Huang realm where Earth is located has many civilized planets, and some of them have more advanced technology than Earth. Those places also have similar networks and platforms. It's also possible that the person who refined the auxiliary artifact came from a technologically civilized place in this mundane realm. While Duan Lingtian's mind was filled with thoughts, Tanfei also taught Duan Lingtian the hand seals to activate the dark net. Duan Lingtian also activated the dark net in front of him. This set of hand seals is only useful within the Myriad Law Academy. It has no use outside. Tanfei reminded him in a timely manner. The dark net is limited to the Myriad Law Academy. Whether it's accepting a mission or completing a mission, it must be carried out in the Myriad Law Academy. For example, if you're asked to kill a divine demon, the mission won't be completed until you bring the divine demon's corpse back to the Myriad Law Academy. If there's no way to prove a mission, it's impossible to complete it. For example, sending a letter to someone. The person receiving the letter is not within the dark net, so the dark net has no way to confirm whether the mission is completed or not. Of course, this kind of mission won't be posted on the dark net. It can be posted directly at the Myriad Law Academy's mission office. Generally, the people who post missions on the dark net intentionally conceal their identities. To put it bluntly, the person who posted the mission doesn't want others to know that it was him who posted the mission. He doesn't want to see the light of day. For example, the person who posted the mission against you didn't want others to know that it was him who posted the mission. Otherwise, he would have offended more than just you. There's also Vice Palace Master Yang. Tanfei's words gave Duan Lingtian a deeper understanding of the dark net. At the same time, he felt that the dark net was becoming more and more interesting. I'm curious. Who was the person who accepted the mission against me? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, he knew that he would only know who the person was when the other party came knocking on his door. Duan Lingtian, be careful. I'll take my leave first. Having said what needed to be said, Tanfei took his leave. Thanks. Although he didn't intend to interact with Tanfei in the beginning, now that Tanfei had taken the initiative to inform him of this matter, he still owed Tanfei a favor. The Apex. Chapter 4101. After Tanfei left, Duan Lingtian continued to learn about Myriad Art Academy. While he was distracted, his attention was still on the dark web. Then, he opened the dark web again and began to browse the various missions posted on it. The missions were either limited to existences below the Emperor God level or had no cultivation requirement. As for the missions that were limited to existences above the Emperor God level, he didn't see a single one. I reckon that I can't see this kind of mission because my cultivation is not high enough. The one who set up this dark web is either the weapon soul of the auxiliary divine weapon or someone is controlling the dark web by relying on the formation that covers Myriad Art Academy. There are only these two possibilities. When I opened the dark web for the first time, it seemed to have confirmed my cultivation level based on the divine power that appeared when I made the hand seals. However, as the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. Since the dark web was set up by the weapon soul of the auxiliary divine weapon, it should be close to the truth. Moreover, if it was arranged for someone to manage the dark web, it would be impossible for the information to be hidden so tightly after so many years. If it was the weapon soul, it could be explained. After all, as long as the weapon soul's master doesn't order it, it definitely wouldn't speak nonsense in front of others. Speaking of weapon souls, Duan Lingtian was no stranger. His high-grade divine sword, the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword, had a weapon soul. In the past, it was the weapon soul of another divine sword. In the beginning, the other party's attitude was somewhat cold. However, after she became the weapon soul of his divine sword, she was completely loyal to him and obeyed his every word. Even if he wanted her to self-destruct, she probably wouldn't even frown. The weapon soul of a divine weapon existed because of the divine weapon and lived for its master. The master of that divine weapon should be the current sect master of Myriad Art Academy without a doubt. Moreover, after each generation's sect master stepped down, this divine weapon should be passed down to the next sect master and passed down from generation to generation. That's why the dark web has been able to last until now. Duan Lingtian looked at the missions posted on the dark web and found that there was even a mission to kill someone. However, no one had accepted it for the time being. Is the person to kill someone inside Myriad Art Academy or someone outside? If it's someone from the Myriad Arts Academy, would the Academy Master of the Myriad Arts Academy tolerate it? The Myriad Arts Academy also had its own rules. Killing each other was strictly prohibited within the Academy. If one wanted to kill someone, they had to sign a life and death contract before killing. No one would care. However, if the other party didn't sign a life and death contract with you and you killed them, then you would be violating the rules of the Myriad Arts Academy, and you would be directly executed. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but send a message to his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen, as the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy, should have a better understanding of this. There's no doubt that the dark net is indeed controlled by the artifact's artifact soul. The inner palace has some ancient books that have been passed down to generations of leaders. Now that I have them, they prove this point. And the dark net divine artifact should be in the hands of the palace master. Yang Yuchen said. Should? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Even his third senior brother didn't know? I can only say that it's only right. Yang Yuchen sighed and said, there's a 1/3 chance of this happening. Of course, this is also the most likely possibility. 1/3? Duan Lingtian was even more puzzled. Was the possibility so small? Without waiting for him to continue asking, Yang Yuchen continued, there are 2 other possibilities. One of them is that the dark net divine artifact is in the hands of a reclusive powerhouse in the Myriad Arts Academy. A reclusive powerhouse that very few people know about. It's even possible that only the palace master knows about it. This kind of powerhouse would not appear unless the Myriad Arts Academy is in danger of being wiped out. Of course, it's hard to say whether such a powerhouse exists, but what's certain is that in the many years of the Myriad Arts Academy's history, there has been more than one such powerhouse. It's just that they rarely appear. Even if there is, I'm afraid that only the palace master knows about it. At this point, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. The second possibility is that the artifact soul of the Darknet artifact is an independent existence. It does not recognize the palace master as its master, but the palace master knows of its existence and acquiesces to its actions. No matter which possibility it is, it means that the palace master has tacitly approved of the dark net's existence. Speaking of this, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. As for the issue of the dark net's assassination mission you mentioned, actually, this is quite sensitive. In the past, when the dark net first appeared in the Myriad Arts Academy, not many people dared to issue assassination missions on it, until a courageous person issued an assassination mission and actually killed the target. After that, the entire Myriad Arts Academy was shaken. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank slightly. Third senior brother, was the person who was killed also a student of the Myriad Arts Academy? Or was it someone from the outside? If it was someone from the outside, Duan Lingtian would not be surprised and would not find it surprising. However, if it was someone from the outside, how would the dark net determine whether the target was correct? After all, the dark net only covered the Myriad Arts Academy. How would it know someone from the outside? It can't be someone from the outside, Yang Yuchen said. Yang Yuchen said, the dark net only covers the Myriad Arts Academy. You can issue an assassination mission, but you can only kill people from the academy. The dark net doesn't know anyone from the outside, so they won't accept such a mission. On the dark net, you can issue a mission to kill a student or a teacher. If you want, you can even issue a mission to kill the palace master. For example, someone once issued a mission to kill the current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy. It's just that no one accepted the mission. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Someone dares to issue a mission to kill the palace master? Is he crazy? Isn't he worried that the artifact soul of the Darknet's artifact will tell the palace master who issued the mission? Yang Yuchen smiled. The person who issued the mission is either crazy or probing. Of course, there's a third possibility. Probing. It must be someone who asked someone to issue such a mission and then hid in the dark to see if something happened to the person who issued it. As for the third possibility, it's the palace master himself who issued the mission for fun. When he heard the first two possibilities, Duan Lingtian thought it was normal. However, when he heard Yang Yuchen mention the third possibility, Duan Lingtian was speechless. Was the palace master that bored? Do you think the palace master wouldn't be that bored? Although Yang Yuchen wasn't in front of Duan Lingtian, he seemed to be able to see through Duan Lingtian's heart through the transmission. Of course, he didn't really see through Duan Lingtian's heart. He was just guessing. The current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy is different from the previous palace masters. Yang Yuchen smiled. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the fact that he wants me to be his successor shows that he's different from the previous sect master. No matter how outstanding the previous palace master was, he wouldn't have thought of handing over the entire academy to someone from the inner palace. However, he doesn't seem to have the slightest concern. As the leader of the legacy branch, he doesn't care about the feelings of the others in the legacy branch. If I hadn't met him, I wouldn't have believed that someone could do this. Yang Yuchen's tone was filled with emotion as he spoke. Clearly, even he felt that some of the actions of the current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy were inconceivable. In the history of the Myriad Arts Academy, there have been many cases of students and teachers being killed. Apart from the 3 people who were killed inside the academy, the rest died outside. However, only 2 of the 3 people who were killed inside the academy were found. Before the murderers were executed, they admitted that they had accepted the mission from the Darknet. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, he hasn't been found and should be safe and sound. Because of this, many people have begun to question, is the Darknet really in the hands of the Palace Master? If it's really in the hands of the Palace Master, why doesn't he care about the missions that cross the bottom line of the Myriad Arts Academy's rules? Of course, there are also people who think that in order to gain more authority over the Darknet, even if it's in the hands of the Palace Master wouldn't destroy it like this. As such things continue to happen, the Darknet's authority in the Academy grows. Everyone knows that the Darknet can cross the bottom line of the Myriad Arts Academy's rules. Of course, accepting missions that cross the bottom line of the Academy's rules carries a certain degree of danger. Unless it's done flawlessly, only the Darknet knows about it. Because of this, some people who complete missions outside, kill people, and bring back the corpses and other things that can prove the identity of the deceased back to the Academy. These people tend to live well. The Darknet won't betray anyone. Yang Yuchen's words gave Duan Lingtian a deeper understanding of the Darknet. At the same time, he had some doubts. Was this really the work of the Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy? So, what was the point of doing this? To put more pressure on the students and teachers of the Myriad Arts Academy? To train them? Or was it for other reasons? Duan Lingtian felt that the more he understood, the more he couldn't understand the Darknet. I wonder, when will the person who accepted the mission to test me and suppress me in public come to challenge me? After ending his communication with Yang Yuchen, Duan Lingtian thought about the mission that targeted him being accepted by someone else. For a moment, his attention couldn't help but be attracted. 5 days later, he finally got the answer he was waiting for. Duan Lingtian, come out. A thunderous voice sounded outside the second dormitory. Not only did it alarm the group of students in the second dormitory, but even the students near the sword were alarmed. It's Wang Yuntian. In next to no time, someone recognized the young man's figure that stood in the air outside the dormitory, and he revealed a surprised expression. It's him that accepted the assignment that targeted Duan Lingtian? Chapter 4102. Wang Yunxing, a genius from Myriad Arts Academy who came from the heavyweight godly venerable sect, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. It was said that he was the direct descendant of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect's higher godly venerable expert. Apart from his shocking identity, Wang Yunxing was also very powerful. He was not even 10,000 years old and was only a higher godly emperor, but he had killed many emperor gods. Of course, he had only killed lower godly emperors. Even so, it was shocking enough. A lower godly emperor was still a godly emperor. There was an insurmountable gap between godly emperors and godly emperors. A godly emperor who could cross this gap and kill a godly emperor was a genius in any realm of the gods. Do you guys think Duan Lingtian will come out? After all, it's okay to refuse a challenge in the academy. A student asked another student who came out of the dormitory next door. I'm not sure. After all, I'm not a genius like him. However, I think that since he's a genius, he should be arrogant and won't submit to anyone, right? Duan Lingtian is quite famous in the 7 prefectures and won the 7 prefectures banquet. His strength is comparable to a lower godly emperor. However, it's only comparable. I heard that Wang Yunxing has killed a lower godly emperor before. Duan Lingtian is only a medium godly emperor after all. If he becomes a higher godly emperor, he might be able to compete with Wang Yunxing. However, it's uncertain now. Wang Yunxing's strength is top-notch even among the Mon-origin divine sex holy princes. The group of Myriad Arts Academy students present obviously knew a lot about Wang Yunxing. Whoosh! 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 Soon after Wang Yunxing appeared and asked Duan Lingtian to come out. A few figures flew out from the dormitory and flew over to watch from afar. Look, I didn't lie to you, right? I told you that Wang Yunxing accepted the mission. Shaowen, a prodigy from the Hanlin divine residence, smiled and said to the people around him, "Birds of a feather flock together." Those who could stand together with Shaowen and chat casually were naturally not ordinary students of Myriad Laws Academy. They were all famous geniuses of Myriad Laws Academy. Most of them came from various ultimate god forces. The Myriad Law Academy was a very inclusive ultimate god-level faction. Apart from the legacy lineage being the core, the student lineage did not reject the infiltration of other ultimate god-level factions. Of course, in the Myriad Law Palace, the students were not able to enjoy the resources that were directly distributed. They had to rely on themselves to obtain everything, and even compete with others. In fact, it wasn't just the students. It was the same for Duan Lingtian's inner palace. Only the legacy lineage, as the core lineage of the Myriad Laws Academy, could enjoy special treatment. Yang Yuchen had told Duan Lingtian about this before he entered the Myriad Law Palace. At that time, Duan Lingtian felt that the Myriad Laws Academy's actions were equivalent to raising gu, to let a powerful gu stand out from a bunch of weak gu. In the Myriad Law Palace, the student lineage was like a whetstone for the legacy lineage. The legacy lineage's status in the Myriad Laws Academy was more like an independent sect. It's Shaowen and Tang Yuji. When Shaowen and the others arrived and stood in the distance, many students recognized them. These people were the best of the best among the current generation of Myriad Laws Academy students. In the Myriad Laws Academy, apart from the legacy lineage members, after 10,000 years, one was no longer a student. One could either stay and be a teacher or leave. Since these people were still students, it meant that they were not yet 10,000 years old. Moreover, these people had one thing in common. They were all upper god emperors. They were all well-known existences in the Myriad Laws Academy. In terms of strength, they were not inferior to Wang Yunxing, who was now challenging Duan Lingtian. Creak! Just as many students were wondering if Duan Lingtian would come out, the crisp sound of a door opening came from the second dormitory building. To be precise, it came from the 6th floor of the second dormitory building. Dormitory 603. It was also the dormitory that everyone's attention was on. Just a moment ago, this dormitory's door was still tightly shut, but now it was pushed open by someone. Following that, a purple figure walked out in a timely manner. This was a young man wearing a purple robe. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. As soon as he appeared, everything around him seemed to be overshadowed. He walked out with a calm expression, then flew into the air and confronted Wang Yunxing from a distance. His eyes were indifferent as he looked at the other party. Duan Lingtian, I thought you wouldn't dare to come out. Wang Yunxing smiled coldly when he saw Duan Lingtian come out. Why wouldn't I dare? Duan Lingtian glanced at the other party indifferently. Previously, I heard that someone took on the Darknet's mission to target me. Now it seems that it's you? That's me. Wang Yunsheng replied coldly. I'm Wang Yunsheng, a student of Myriad Arts Academy and the Mon-Origin sect's Holy Son. I heard that you rejected the Mon-Origin sect's invitation. Today, I'd like to see the strength of the so-called most monstrous genius in the history of the 7 prefectures. As soon as Wang Yunsheng spoke, realization dawned on many people. It turned out that Wang Yunsheng was targeting Duan Lingtian not only because someone had posted a mission to target him on the Darknet, but also because Duan Lingtian had rejected the Mon-Origin sect's invitation. The Mon-Origin sect? Although Duan Lingtian knew that there were people from various ultimate god forces in Myriad Arts Academy, he did not expect that the person who took on the Darknet's mission to target him was also from the Mon-Origin sect. Moreover, it was the Mon-Origin sect's Holy Son. It's my freedom to choose which force to join. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wang Yunsheng indifferently, his tone as calm as ever. As for your wish to see my strength, I'm afraid you won't get what you wish for. I'm not interested in fighting with you. It's up to you to think that I'm afraid of you or that I don't want to fight with you. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to complete the Darknet's mission. Before Wang Yunsheng could react, Duan Lingtian turned around and returned to his dormitory. It was not until the sound of the door closing with a bang that everyone regained their senses. Even Wang Yunsheng only regained his senses at this moment. Rejected? Duan Lingtian had rejected his challenge? Wang Yunsheng's expression changed for a while before he said coldly with a gloomy expression, "A genius from the 7 prefectures is nothing more than this. Everyone has overestimated you. In my opinion, you, Duan Lingtian, are a good-for-nothing. You don't even dare to fight with me. It seems like you don't live up to your reputation." However, Duan Lingtian did not respond to Wang Yunsheng's words. When Wang Yunsheng saw this, he did not stay for long. He turned around and left with a gloomy expression. It felt as though he had punched cotton. The onlookers thought they would be able to watch a good show. However, they did not expect such an ending. Was it over just like that? Duan Lingtian did not hide from the battle. Instead, he showed himself and refused to fight. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Do you think Duan Lingtian is afraid to fight with Wang Yunsheng, or does he really not want to fight with Wang Yunsheng? I think the former is more likely. I think so too. Most people thought Duan Lingtian was not a match for Wang Yunsheng, so he retreated in order to advance. In fact, his true strength was definitely not as good as Wang Yunsheng. However, in the face of these doubts, Duan Lingtian did not show himself to explain. Not long after, the news that Wang Yunsheng had accepted a mission from the Darknet targeting Duan Lingtian and challenged Duan Lingtian but was rejected by Duan Lingtian spread throughout the Myriad Law Academy. This was a small matter. Most of the people in the Myriad Law Academy felt that Duan Lingtian did not accept Wang Yunsheng's challenge because he knew he was not as good as Wang Yunsheng. He rejected it? In fact, Yang Yuchen had heard from others that someone had posted a mission on the Darknet targeting Duan Lingtian not long ago. When he heard that Wang Yunsheng had accepted the mission and challenged Duan Lingtian, he could not help but feel excited. Would his junior brother be a match for Wang Yunsheng? He even thought that even if his little junior brother could only fight Wang Yunsheng to a draw, it would still be a good result. However, he did not expect his junior brother to reject Wang Yunsheng. Did he really reject the challenge because he felt he was no match for Duan Lingtian? Or was it, as he said, that he disdained to fight Wang Yunsheng? Although Yang Yuchen had a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength, he did not dare say that he had completely seen through Duan Lingtian. However, based on Duan Lingtian's performance at the 7 Prefectures banquet, he might not be a match for Wang Yunsheng. After all, Wang Yunsheng was the Mon-Origin sect's Holy Son. When news of him being humiliated by Duan Lingtian in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace spread, the Monarch Divine sect had also received the news. Wang Yunsheng was a proud person, so he naturally would not complain to the Mon-Origin sect like a child. However, Wang Yunsheng was not the only disciple of the Mon-Origin sect in the Myriad Law Academy. Vice Sect Master, do you really want our people to make a move? Duan Lingtian has a close relationship with Yang Yuchen, the vice palace master of the Myriad Law Academy. Yang Yuchen even acknowledged him as his junior brother. In a secluded valley, a middle-aged man asked worriedly. The old man hovering in the air above the valley said indifferently, "Don't worry about Yang Yuchen. Do you think he'll be able to find out that it was someone from the Mon-Origin sect who made a move? Moreover, we're already giving Yang Yuchen face by not ordering our people to make a move earlier." This time, Duan Lingtian did not know what was good for him. How dare he make a fool of the Holy Sun? He's not the only one who deserves to die. Everyone in the lower plains who has anything to do with him deserves to die. Give the order immediately. Anyone in the lower plains who has anything to do with Duan Lingtian is to be executed. Isn't Duan Lingtian from the mundane plane? Destroy that mundane plane. The old man's tone was extremely cold as he spoke. Yes, Vice Sect Master. The middle-aged man acknowledged the order and retreated, his gaze turning cold in an instant. Chapter 4103. The moment Duan Lingtian found out that Wang Yunsheng was a member of the Mon-Origin spirit sect, he had no intention of fighting him. Once they fought, even if Wang Yunsheng could not defeat him, he could still complete the probing task according to the description of the Darknet mission and get the corresponding mission reward. It was just that the mission reward would be less. Even if Wang Yunsheng defeated or tied with him, he could still get the mission reward for probing him. Originally, he was still thinking of seeing who accepted the mission to test him. After showing his strength, he could discuss with the other party how to split the mission reward. If he found the other party pleasing to the eye, even if the other party could not defeat him, it was not impossible for him to hide his strength and pretend to be defeated by the other party as long as he could get 2 portions of the mission reward. However, when he found out that the person who accepted the mission was a member of the Mon-Origin spirit sect, his previous thoughts were completely dispelled because he did not have a good impression of the Mon-Origin spirit sect or even its members. At first, he only heard about the Mon-Origin spirit sect from others and did not have a good impression of them. Later, when the godly venerable one of the Mon-Origin spirit sect went to Chunyang school to invite him to join the Mon-Origin spirit sect, he indirectly threatened him and made him completely confirm the moral character of the Mon-Origin spirit sect members. As a result, he was even more repulsed by the Mon-Origin spirit sect and its members. Therefore, after learning that the person who accepted the Darknet mission was a member of the Mon-Origin spirit sect, he directly rejected the other party's challenge. As for what the other party thought, he did not care what others thought. So what if they said he was not as good as the other party? He would not lose a piece of meat. What a pity! It turned out to be a member of the Mon-Origin spirit sect. Otherwise, I might be able to get some benefits this time. But who would be so bored as to pay such a high price to find someone to test me and even suppress me? As he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little puzzled. He had just arrived at Myriad Arts Academy and did not know many people, let alone offend others. What kind of person would think so highly of him when he had just arrived? He could not figure it out. Third senior brother. Finally, Duan Lingtian sent a message to Yang Yuchen. The mission against me on the dark net, was it you who posted it? Upon receiving Duan Lingtian's message, Yang Yuchen was stunned for a moment before replying bluntly, "How is that possible? Why would you say that I was the one who posted it? Your guess is illogical." Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian replied, "Didn't you say that even the palace master might post a mission to kill himself on the dark net? Isn't it normal for you to post a mission to test me? Moreover, fourth senior sister's attitude towards me is clearly much better than her attitude towards you. Perhaps you're too embarrassed to make a move because fourth senior sister treats me better, so you posted a mission on the dark web to target me?" The more Duan Lingtian spoke, the more he felt that his guess might be right. Other than Yang Yuchen, he really couldn't think of anyone who would pay such a big price just to test him and suppress his limelight. Even now, he had offended Wang Yunsheng of the Mon-Origin spirit sect. Even if he could afford to pay such a high price, it was impossible for him to pay such a high price to deal with him. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was Yang Yuchen. You? Although Duan Lingtian was not with Yang Yuchen now, he could still feel waves of annoyance and helplessness from his tone. You think too much. Do I have nothing better to do? Why would I pay such a high price to target you? Just for a small matter. You think too highly of me. As Yang Yuchen spoke, the change in his tone made Duan Lingtian wonder if he had really guessed wrong. But if it weren't for you, third senior brother, who would target me like this? I'm new here, so I don't know many people. It's impossible for me to offend anyone, right? Duan Lingtian voiced his thoughts. It was precisely because of this that he doubted Yang Yuchen. Otherwise, he couldn't figure out who would think so highly of him. After listening to Duan Lingtian's guess, Yang Yuchen spoke again, but his tone seemed to be suddenly enlightened. At the same time, he said to Duan Lingtian, "Little junior brother, you seem to have forgotten something. That is, you're not alone in the Myriad Law Palace." Yang Yuchen said, "I'm not alone?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "I'm alone? Why aren't you alone anymore?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but wonder why Yang Yuchen would say that he wasn't alone when he came to the Myriad Law Palace. Could it be that Yang Yuchen knew that he had a high-grade sword with a complete soul? As for the 5 divine elements, he felt that it was impossible for Yang Yuchen to discover it because he usually kept the microcosm in his body tightly shut. Not to mention an ultimate god expert, even an ultimate god expert wouldn't be able to pry into its mysteries. Once the microcosm in his body was tightly shut, it would be completely private. Therefore, he suspected that his cheap senior brother might have discovered the mysteries of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body. As for Huang Er, she usually stayed in the small world within his body to avoid being discovered. However, the 7 orifices exquisite sword was a complete soul divine sword after all. He didn't know if anyone would discover it when the soul of the sword wasn't there, or rather, he didn't know if an ultimate god expert would be able to discover it under such circumstances. However, Duan Lingtian was relieved when he heard Yang Yuchen's next words. It turned out that he didn't discover the secret of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. When I brought you through the admission procedures, everyone knew that I called you junior brother and you called me third senior brother. Under such circumstances, who wouldn't know that I accepted a disciple on behalf of my master? Not many people in the internal palace know about it, but many people in the lineage of heritage know about it too. If it was in the past, no one would be so bored. But didn't I tell you? This generation's palace master is a weirdo. He actually wants me to be the next palace master. He also said that I don't need to leave the internal palace and only need to be in the lineage of heritage. Think about it, how many people in the lineage of heritage are dissatisfied with me? Especially those who thought they had a high chance of becoming the next palace master. How could they not see me as a thorn in their side? At this time, I have a junior brother like you. How could they not want to test you? Although you can't threaten them, if you can defeat the younger generation they've nurtured and I'm not weaker than them, how could they not be anxious? In the past, my advantage was my personal strength. In terms of nurturing the younger generation, I'm not as good as them. As the palace master, it's natural that I can't judge based on my strength. Even in terms of strength, I don't have much of an advantage over them. My advantage is that the current palace master wants to promote me. In fact, in their eyes, I'm not a threat at all. Although I'm not weak and have the support of the current palace master, in terms of nurturing the younger generation, they're 10 streets ahead of me. I can imagine that your appearance will make them feel threatened. I'm not weaker than them, and you're stronger than their younger generation. Coupled with the palace master's support, how could they not be afraid? Under such circumstances, it's normal for them to pay a price to test you. If they test you and find out that you're a big threat, they might even issue a mission to kill you to prevent future trouble. As Yang Yuchen spoke, although his tone was still calm, Duan Lingtian could still hear the anger that faintly flowed out behind the calmness. Obviously, Yang Yuchen was angry. I see. At this time, after listening to Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian also came to a sudden realization. It was fine as long as he knew the reason. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know who was targeting him. Junior brother, don't leave the Myriad Arts Academy so easily in the future. Also, try not to live outside in the future and directly return to the inner academy. I'm just afraid that they'll do something desperate and make a move on you at the price of abandoning someone. Of course, that's after you show your value. This is also their original intention to test you. Yang Yuchen's words hit the nail on the head. As his voice fell, he sighed again. Sorry, I didn't think of this earlier. Otherwise, I'd remember to keep a distance from you outside. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian did not care. Third senior brother, you don't have to think like this. If they want to kill me, it'll also depend on whether they have the ability or not. Moreover, within the Myriad Arts Academy, presumably, they won't dare to casually let anyone make a move. Even if it's only a god emperor, it can also implicate them. Could it be that they're not worried that the palace master will hold them accountable? At most, I'll pay more attention and try not to leave the academy. After communicating with Yang Yuchen, Duan Lingtian also knew that his situation in the Myriad Arts Academy was not very good. But he was not the slightest bit afraid. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. Duan Lingtian was not so easy to kill. For so many years, there were many people who wanted to kill him, but in the end, wasn't he still alive and well? However, just because he did not care, it did not mean that Yang Yuchen did not care. Although with his words of comfort, Yang Yuchen's emotions gradually calmed down, there was one thing that Yang Yuchen was determined not to give in on. That was to let Duan Lingtian return to the independent dimension where the inner palace was from today onwards. When the time came, he would be able to leave the independent plane where the branch of the inner palace was and return to the school dormitory after going to the immortal remains. Okay. Hearing that this was Yang Yuchen's final bottom line, although Duan Lingtian was somewhat helpless, he did not refuse. The only thing he was worried about was whether his third senior brother would purposely delay the time he entered the ruins of the Supreme Powerhouse. Right? After confirming from Yang Yuchen that the time to enter the ruins of the Supreme Powerhouse would not be delayed, he left the academy dormitory with peace of mind and returned to the inner palace under Yang Yuchen's secret protection. Little junior brother, why are you back so late? Did someone bully you? Tell senior sister. Senior sister will stand up for you. Duan Lingtian had just returned to the independent dimension where the inner palace was located. In the idyllic garden where the inner palace was located, the young girl looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn and serious expression. In the depths of her eyes, there was a hint of coldness flickering. Of course, this coldness was directed at the people who bullied Duan Lingtian. Chapter 4104. Looking at fourth senior sister Lang Chunwon's pure eyes, Duan Lingtian's heart was touched. It was precisely because Lang Chunwon had always maintained the temperament of a young girl that he could see the value of her pure heart. Everything that this fourth senior sister showed in front of him now was from the bottom of her heart and was not pretentious. Fourth senior sister, no one bullied me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I just learned more about Wanda Law Palace outside. So I came back a few days later. That's good. Upon hearing that, Lang Chunwon breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she smiled at Duan Lingtian and said, Little junior brother, let's go. Let's go see the residence that I've prepared for you. If there's anything you don't like, tell me and I'll change it for you immediately. Lang Chunwon called out to Duan Lingtian, then led Duan Lingtian forward. Soon, she brought Duan Lingtian to a quiet small courtyard in a corner of the field. The small courtyard was not there, but it was very cozy. In addition to the basic stone table and stone stools, there was also a rockery, a small pond, a swing, and so on. It was obvious that Lang Chunwon had put in a lot of effort. How is it, little junior brother? Do you like it? Is there anything I can change for you? Lang Chunwon looked at Duan Lingtian with a gentle look in her eyes. This was her junior brother. She finally had a junior brother. Senior sister said that as the eldest senior sister, she had to dote on her junior brother and junior sister. In the past, she was the youngest. Now, she also had a junior brother. She should learn from senior sister and dote on her junior brother. I like it. Duan Lingtian smiled and replied, Senior sister, You don't have to change it anymore. It's fine like this. I like it a lot. That's good. Lang Chun-won nodded and then said, Then junior brother, you should rest first. When you're well rested and have time, I'll come and chat with you again. In the past, no one talked to me. Eldest senior sister left a long time ago, and so did second senior brother. Third senior brother rarely comes back. Towards the end, Lang Chun-won's mood was clearly not good, and Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh in his heart. This fourth senior sister had such a temperament. He did not know how she had cultivated to the Emperor God realm. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary Emperor God realm. All right, little junior brother, go back to your room and rest. I'm leaving first. If you have nothing to do, you can come and chat with me. I won't disturb you unless I have something to do. Senior sister said that I can't simply disturb people. Some people's cultivation progress will be slowed down because of my interruption, and it is very likely that they will die under the heavenly tribulation earlier. Although Lang Chun-won's temperament was small, she seemed to be very sensible. Listening to her, Duan Ling Tian also realized that the eldest senior sister whom he had never met had spent a lot of effort on this fourth senior sister. And it was precisely because of Lang Chun-won's sensibility and thinking about this fourth senior sister's past that Duan Ling Tian felt even more sorry for this fourth senior sister of his. I hope fourth senior sister can live a carefree life. After sighing inwardly, after Lang Chun-won left, Duan Ling Tian also returned to the only wooden house in the courtyard. In the wooden house, other than the bed, there were many furnishings and decorations. There were even many decorations pasted on the walls. On the wall beside the head of the bed, there was even a painting hanging. In the painting, there were 3 people. Duan Ling Tian was not unfamiliar with the scene where the 3 of them were in. It was the independent plain where the inner palace was located, a farmland that looked like a paradise. As for the 3 people in the painting, Duan Ling Tian was also familiar with them. It was him, Yang Yuchen, and Lang Chun-won. The 3 of them were vivid and lifelike, and their expressions were natural. It was the scene when Duan Ling Tian was first brought to the paradise of the inner palace by Yang Yuchen. This was painted by 4th senior sister? Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment. Then he came back to his senses. Then, he felt that this painting could only have been painted by 4th senior sister. At this moment, he did not know whether to think that 4th senior sister was boring or to praise that 4th senior sister's painting skills were at a master level. Shaking his head, Duan Ling Tian began to calm down. His originally agitated emotions also completely calmed down at this moment. Next, he should be staying here for about a year. At least, in this year or so, he would not be able to leave the independent plain where the inner palace was located. According to his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, there was no way to enter the independent plain where the inner palace was located without the unique handprint opening method of the inner palace. Not to mention other people in the Myriad Law Academy, even the Myriad Law Academy's palace master could not enter. This was the private land of the inner palace, and non-members of the inner palace were not allowed to enter. The inner palace is really special in the Myriad Law Academy. Just like the external students, they don't receive any special treatment and have to rely on themselves to fight for everything. In the Myriad Law Academy, the people of the inner palace are no different from ordinary students. However, while the inner palace doesn't possess any of the resources of the 10,000 Law Academy, the 10,000 Law Academy won't be able to touch anything that belongs to the inner palace, such as this independent plane and the remains of the supreme expert. Duan Ling Tian did not know if the inner palace had anything else. Perhaps there was, but he obviously could not come into contact with it at the moment. However, based on Yang Yuchen's analysis, he knew that when he came to the Myriad Law Academy and the inner palace, he had become a thorn in the side of some people. The Myriad Law Academy seemed to be calm and undisturbed. In fact, there was an undercurrent surging behind the scenes. All of this was related to the current palace master of the Myriad Law Academy wanting Yang Yuchen, the leader of the inner palace, to become the next palace master. This was something that had never happened before in history. Although 3rd senior brother always says that this generation's palace master is a weirdo, that's why he wants him to become the next palace master. How can someone who can become the palace master of the Myriad Law Academy be a wantonly mediocre person? He wants third senior brother to succeed, so third senior brother must have some redeeming qualities. Otherwise, why would he do this? Although Duan Lingtian was new here, he understood some basic principles. However, even if I don't cause trouble, if someone provokes me, I'm not to be trifled with. A cold light suddenly flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Third senior brother wants me to return to the academy dormitory after coming out of the ultimate powerhouse's relic. He wants me to further improve my strength in the ultimate powerhouse's relic so that I can protect myself when I return to the academy dormitory. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. My current strength is still too weak. If I can become an upper divine emperor as soon as possible, even if it's an ordinary emperor god, I can kill him like a dog. Moreover, currently the Myriad Law Academy is full of dangers. When Duan Lingtian returned to the inner palace's independent plane to cultivate, the people who were paying attention to Duan Lingtian at the Myriad Law Academy's legacy branch also received news. Duan Lingtian is hiding. Yang Yuchen brought him back to the inner palace. Did he notice something? Do you really think Yang Yuchen is so stupid that he can't detect something like this? Duan Lingtian is new here, who would target him other than us? We wanted to test him, but he didn't even respond. Now, that Wang Yunsheng seems to have given up on the mission. Cancel the mission. It's meaningless. Moreover, we've alerted the enemy. I'm afraid the palace master already knows about this. Let's keep quiet for a while. At least, before Duan Lingtian shows enough of a threat, we should keep quiet for a while. We should have confidence in the disciples we've taught. Many people in the lineage of inheritance started to communicate with each other via voice transmission. After communicating for a while, the lineage of inheritance returned to deathly silence once more. In the Myriad Law Academy, many people were lamenting Duan Lingtian's undeserved reputation. However, there were also people who felt that Duan Lingtian's reputation was not undeserved. Perhaps, as he had said, he did not deign to fight with Wang Yunsheng. If Duan Lingtian's reputation was undeserved, would Vice Palace Master Yang have accepted him as a disciple on behalf of his master? Of course, as time passed, the topic of conversation in the Myriad Law Academy gradually shifted to something else. Duan Lingtian stayed in the inner palace's independent plane and no longer appeared in the sights of others in the Myriad Law Academy. Most people gradually forgot about him. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Lingtian, who was quietly cultivating in the inner palace's independent plane, suddenly opened his eyes. Flames of anger rose in his eyes, and the divine power he released became somewhat restless. If he had not withdrawn his divine power in time, the wooden house he was in might have been reduced to dust. Little junior brother. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine power, a hurried and pleasant voice came from outside. Are you all right? I'm fine. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and regained his senses. He forced a smile on his face and said to the person outside, Then you... The person who had come was his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwon. Senior sister, I only displayed my divine power because I had a sudden epiphany during cultivation. I'm going to continue cultivating. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Lang Chunwon, who was outside, heard Duan Lingtian's reply and felt relieved. She left. Solitary destructive heaven, Heavenly Emperor Palace. The Heavenly Emperor Palace, which had been rebuilt not long ago, was once again in ruins. A tall figure stood in the void. He was dressed in a long black robe, and his face was concealed by a force. Unless one could see through this force, it would be difficult to see his true appearance. Bang! The black-robed man casually struck out and pierced through the void. In the next instant, Feng Qingyang's law avatar was shattered and turned into nothingness. An upper celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian stared at the mysterious black-robed man with an unsightly expression on his face as he said coldly, Even if you're hiding your identity, I can still guess you're from the Mon origin spirit sect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was the only one left alive in the huge heavenly emperor palace of the solitary destructive heaven. To be more precise, Duan Lingtian's law of time avatar was the only one left alive. Chapter 4105. The Mon Origin Divine Sect? The black-robed man scoffed disdainfully when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I'm sorry, I've never heard of it. It's been a long time since I've returned to the lower realms. I didn't expect my descendant would die at the hands of you, Duan Lingtian. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also kill everyone who's related to you. Oh, there's one more thing I have to tell you. My brother who left the Devata realms with me and went to the realms of gods was also killed by you. Just like me, his descendants were killed by you as well. Now that he's gone to your hometown, the Saint Province realm, based on the time, your hometown should have disappeared from this world by now. The black-robed man sneered when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. You're going to destroy a mundane realm? Do you know how many living beings there are in that realm? Duan Lingtian did not expect the people from the Mon Origin Divine Sect would be so crazy as to destroy a mundane realm just to take revenge on him. There were more than tens of thousands of living beings in a mundane realm. That's not something we need to worry about. The black-robed man smiled indifferently. You're the one who caused the disappearance of the Saint Province realm. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for killing so many people in the past. When the black-robed man finished speaking, he ignored Duan Lingtian's expression that was turning uglier and uglier as he continued to say, Unfortunately, the people who are directly related to you, Duan Lingtian, or their direct descendants, have all disappeared. It seems like Duan Lingtian has offended too many people that they have no choice but to hide. I only hope they continue to hide. In the future, my brother and I will return to the lower realms from time to time. If those people show up, we don't mind sending them on their way. The black-robed man continued to say, Although those people have gone into hiding, we've annihilated their clans and sects. Annihilate the entire clan. Although their direct descendants have been taken away by them, there must still be some friends in their clans and sects who are on good terms with them, right? Do they feel guilty that their friends died because of them? The black-robed man chuckled. And all of this was caused by you, Duan Lingtian. Their deaths should be blamed on you, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's face turned uglier with every sentence uttered by the black-robed man. He had never imagined that the people of the Mon Origin spirit sect would be so crazy. The people who were related to him had left. The people who were related to him had also left. However, these people did not let go of those who had no interaction with Duan Lingtian. The slaughter won't end. Unless you, Duan Lingtian, commit suicide on the spot in front of everyone in Myriad Law Palace. The black-robed man continued to say. Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, Duan Lingtian was so angry that he laughed. You know I'm in the Myriad Law Palace. How dare you say you're not a member of the Mon Origin spirit sect? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the energy in front of the black-robed human face trembled a few times. Then he raised his hand again and attacked. It tore through the sky and charged towards Duan Lingtian. Faced with the black-robed man's attack, Duan Lingtian's clone who had comprehended the law of time said coldly, From today onward, I, Duan Lingtian, will fight to the death with the Mon Origin spirit sect. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's clone who had comprehended the law of time was defeated. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, apart from the black-robed man, there was no other living being in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian's clones and Feng Qingyang's clones did not leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, most of the people in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, such as Meng Luo and Hualao, had left long ago. Young master, did the people from the Mon Origin spirit sect make their move? Meng Luo asked with a grim expression on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian's clone rising into the air. His eyes were filled with rage as he looked at the sky. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, used to be the strongest general under Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Normally, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Yes. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. His current law clone was the one who had used the space-piercing divine shuttle to return to the lower secondary realm. It was not the law clone that had accompanied his family. He had returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to settle down those who were related to him in the Devata realms. For example, his senior brothers and senior sisters from the heavenly lake palace in the boundless heaven, and his teacher from the heavenly lake palace had all been brought here by him. He had even brought their direct descendants along. Apart from that, Su Li Huangjialong, and the others who were related to them were also brought to the solitary destructive heaven. It was all to avoid the Mon-Origin spirit sect's retaliation. After all, the Mon-Origin spirit sect had a bad reputation. In the eyes of ordinary people, there was no conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Mon-Origin spirit sect. Did they have to join the solitary destructive heaven just because they invited them? Was the solitary destructive heaven not too unreasonable? Young master, the most they can do is destroy your and Lord Heavenly Emperor's clones. There's no need for you to be angry. Meng Luo comforted him. Senior Meng Luo. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Not only did they destroy my and my master's clones, but they also killed everyone they could kill. Although my friends and family managed to escape, their clans and sects were all killed. Also, the Saint Realm, the mundane realm where my master and I came from, was completely destroyed. How could a god emperor be so powerful? Although Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm when he finished speaking, Meng Luo could clearly feel the air around him turning colder. He could not help but shudder. All of them came from the Devata realms and went to the Mystic Gangland to join the Mon-Origin spirit sect. Meng Luo asked grimly. If they weren't god emperors, they wouldn't have been able to unleash their full strength in the lower realms. Duan Lingtian replied. Don't these people have any descendants in the lower realms? They're so ruthless. Meng Luo said angrily. In fact, Duan Lingtian had thought about what Meng Luo had just said. However, since the other party had already made a move, there was no point in thinking about it anymore. It was obvious the other party wanted to kill them all. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. It was time for him to tell them about what had happened. Perhaps they had already learned about what had happened through the shattered soul pearls. After all, they had the soul pearls of some of their friends in their clans and sections. Since those people had died, it was only natural that their soul pearls had shattered as well. Following that, Duan Lingtian began to visit them one by one. He went to look for him, explained the whole story, and then apologized. After all, he was the one to blame for this matter. If it were not for him, the people from the Mon-Origin spirit sect would not have come. This has nothing to do with you, so there's no need for you to take it to heart. I can only say that the Mon-Origin spirit sect, a godly venerable god force in the realms of gods, has gone too far. Huang Jialong said through gritted teeth. The others nodded in agreement as well. Based on what you've said, the Mon-Origin spirit sect isn't the only force that you've rejected. If that's the case, why didn't the other forces make a fuss about it? That's right. It's all the Mon-Origin spirit sect's fault. They're a cult. Junior brother Duan Lingtian. Once you're stronger, you must annihilate the cult and avenge the heavenly pool palace. While Duan Lingtian was apologizing, the people who were brought here by Duan Lingtian were furious. However, their anger was not directed at Duan Lingtian, but at the Mon-Origin spirit sect. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had a solemn expression on his face as he said solemnly, I, Duan Lingtian, promise you that once I'm strong enough, I'll definitely flatten the Mon-Origin spirit sect. When the time comes, I will use the floating image pearl to record the scene and comfort the souls of those who died innocently. Although the others did not blame Duan Lingtian, they did not blame him. Not only that, but they did not blame him in their hearts as well. However, Duan Lingtian still blamed himself. Late at night, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air above a perilous mountain peak as he looked into the distance with an indifferent expression on his face. You don't have to blame yourself. Nobody is blaming you. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared behind Duan Lingtian and said softly. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, she frowned slightly and looked behind her. Liu Luo, why are you here? Hurry up and return. Otherwise, I'll ask Master to send you into closed-door cultivation for 3 years. As soon as the woman finished speaking, a young woman with delicate features walked out from the forest. She stuck out her tongue playfully and said, Senior sister, I won't disturb you and brother-in-law any longer. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared from sight. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at the woman who had a cold temperament but was looking at him with a gentle gaze. He said apologetically, If I hadn't gone to find you back then, very few people would have known about us. The Mon-Origin sect wouldn't have attacked your sect. It has nothing to do with you. The woman with a cold temperament was none other than Morong Bing. She shook her head in the face of Duan Lingtian's apology. You've done well enough. My master and the others of my bloodline managed to escape in time. Speaking of which, I should be thanking you. Thank you for saving them. Morong Bing said softly. She could imagine that if the person in front of her, whom she missed day and night, hadn't made proper arrangements, no one in her sect would have survived. Thank you for thinking of me at this time. I'm sorry. Is that all you know how to say sorry? I'm sorry. Late at night, under the moonlight, the figures of a man and a woman stood on a mountain peak as if they were a still picture. Chapter 4106, Land of Xiangang, Myriad Arts Academy. After Lang Chunwan left, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and rested for a while. Eventually, he opened his eyes, and 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. Mon-Origin Divine Sect. Although the person who attacked him said that he had killed his descendant and was seeking revenge, Duan Lingtian did not believe him at all. How could there be such a coincidence? Moreover, what kind of hatred could make the other party destroy a mundane realm? A mundane realm, that's a mundane realm. How could it be destroyed just like that? Duan Lingtian's clone had gone to take a look. His hometown in this life, the sanctuary realm, really did not exist anymore. It was as if it had never existed. He could not find his way back. There was no way back. This matter is not over. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and left the independent realm of the inner palace without alerting Lang Chunwan, even though only half a year had passed since then. Although it was not yet the appointed date with third senior brother Yang Yuchen. Nevertheless, he still came out. He had no choice but to come out. He could not hold back his anger any longer. Third senior brother. After coming out, Duan Lingtian did not go anywhere. He only sent a message to his third senior brother Yang Yuchen. He could not send messages through the realm, so he had to come out. Little junior brother? Yang Yuchen was a little surprised that Duan Lingtian suddenly sent him a message. He then asked with a smile, What's wrong? It's only been half a year, and you can't hold it in anymore? I'll let you enter the relic of the ultimate powerhouse in 5 months at most. Now, Yang Yuchen thought that his junior brother had left the independent plane of the inner palace to look for him because he couldn't hold back his temper and was in a hurry. Third senior brother, I have something to ask of you. Duan Lingtian said to Yang Yuchen. What is it? Yang Yuchen was puzzled. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, didn't try to hide anything. He simply explained what had happened. I would like to ask third senior brother's nomological clone to kill that Mon-Origin spirit sex celestial the arch powerhouse. Since Yang Yuchen was not a native of the realms of gods, he was able to display his full strength even if he went to the lower realms. Yang Yuchen, on the other hand, was an ultimate god expert and a medium-level ultimate god. Even if it was just a law avatar, he could easily kill the Mon-Origin god sex emperor gods in the lower planes. Are you sure they are from the Mon-Origin cult? After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Yuchen asked in a deep voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could hear the slight change in his third senior brother's tone. Before this, he had always heard his third senior brother speak in a gentle and refined manner, and it had never changed in the slightest. Apart from them, it can't be anyone else. Duan Lingtian said confidently, Moreover, Even if third senior brother made a move, it wouldn't be easy to find out if they are from the Mon-Origin divine sect. Due to the difference in cultivation bases, I couldn't see through the person who attacked. However, I'm guessing the person is only a law avatar and not his true self. Duan Lingtian felt slightly aggrieved when he said this. He was too weak. He could not even tell if the person was his true self or a law avatar. Moreover, under such circumstances, both his and his master's law avatars were easily destroyed by the person who attacked them. I'm sure I'll be able to find some clues if I make a trip there. If I can find some clues and find out who is from the Mon-Origin divine sect, I'll ask them to give you an explanation for this matter. Yang Yuchen's voice turned colder when he said this. Little junior brother, I can understand how you feel. However, what you need to do now is to improve your strength. 5 months from now, I'll send you to the ruins of the supreme powerhouses. With your innate talent, you should be able to gain something by then. As for the Mon-Origin divine sect, there's nothing you can do if you're not strong enough. Yang Yuchen reminded Duan Lingtian. I understand. Duan Lingtian replied. Then he said, Senior brother, my law avatar will wait for you 10,000 miles south of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Now I'll return to the inner court. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Yang Yuchen's reply before he made another hand seal and opened the door to the independent realm of the inner palace. After Duan Lingtian returned to the 10,000 Arts Academy, another Yang Yuchen appeared in a quiet room in the Myriad Arts Academy. It was none other than Yang Yuchen's law avatar. If the culprit is really from the Mon-Origin divine sect, the culprit must die. Yang Yuchen muttered under his breath. Then he casually brought out a divine space-piercing shuttle and pierced through space before his law avatar entered the shuttle. South of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, 10,000 miles away, in a lofty mountain range, Duan Lingtian's law avatar hovered in the air. Soon after, Yang Yuchen's law avatar arrived. Little junior brother, what's your next step? Yang Yuchen asked Duan Lingtian after he appeared. Rebuild the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian replied. Before Yang Yuchen arrived, he had already contacted Hualao, Mengluo, and the others. With Yang Yuchen around, there was no need to worry about their safety. All right. Yang Yuchen nodded. Naturally, he knew his little junior brother was only trying to bait him. Following that, Duan Lingtian summoned Hualao, Mengluo, and the other elders of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to rebuild the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At the same time, Yang Yuchen was secretly guarding the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In just 2 months, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was rebuilt to its former glory under the leadership of Hualao and Mengluo. However, during these 2 months, no one came looking for trouble. It was as though the culprit had disappeared without a trace. They're not stupid. In a spacious courtyard in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen sat opposite each other. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, Even if they receive the news, I'm afraid they won't dare to come. Duan Lingtian was slightly depressed. If I had known earlier, I would have asked your law avatar to come and guard the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Third senior brother. There's no such thing as if you had known earlier. Yang Yuchen shook his head. Moreover, you didn't say anything in the past. You probably didn't want to owe me a favor, so you didn't ask for my help. Later on, he opened his mouth because he had suffered a great loss. Filled with anger, he came to me for help. Yang Yuchen's words exposed the change in Duan Lingtian's mentality. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent. After all, that was indeed what he thought. It's fine. Yang Yuchen smiled and said, It's just a law avatar anyway. I'll leave this law avatar here for a while and see if they still dare to come. Since they're here, they'll stay. However, I don't think they'll come. At the very least, they won't come in the near future. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was slightly depressed. However, he knew the culprit would not take the bait so easily. At this moment, any normal person would be able to tell it was a trap. Next, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "They'll either not make a move. If they make a move, it'll probably just be a test. They might deliberately ask those who have nothing to do with the Mon origin sect to make a move." When Yang Yuchun heard this, he glanced at Duan Lingtian with admiration. He did not expect this little junior brother of his would be able to maintain his composure and make such an analysis under such circumstances. "I even suspect that the person who made a move earlier might not be from the Mon origin sect," Yang Yuchun said. "However, the possibility of this is not high. After all, you said it yourself. The person who made the move was a higher god emperor. You'll have to pay a high price if you want to invite a higher god emperor to make a move on your foundation in the lower dimensions. After all, who isn't afraid of death? Moreover, you're not alone now. You're a student of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace and my junior brother, the junior brother of a medium god. Who would want to provoke him without sufficient benefits? Moreover, it would be a death feud. The land of Shengang, in the Mon origin sect, Lord Vice Sect Master, Duan Lingtian and his men, have returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to rebuild it. After that, they continued to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with great fanfare. I suspect this is a trap, so I didn't ask them to make a move and allowed them to return first." In the spacious hall, the person in the lower seat said respectfully to the old man sitting in the front seat. "All right." The old man nodded. "Well done. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Lingtian must have found someone to help him. In fact, Yang Yuchun's clones might be guarding the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Yang Yuchun is not someone to be trifled with." The old man, who was the deputy leader of the Mon origin divine sect, could not help but reveal a hint of fear in his eyes. If his law doppelganger is formed from the law he's good at, it'll be easy for him to kill a lower ultimate god. "Don't make any rash moves without my permission. As long as we don't leave any evidence behind, Yang Yuchun won't be able to do anything even if he suspects the Mon origin divine sect. However, if we leave any evidence behind, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape unscathed." The subordinate inhaled sharply when he heard the old man's words. "Lord Vice Sect Master, is it that serious? With your status, do you think Yang Yuchun will be able to do anything to you even if the matter is exposed?" "Humph!" The old man snorted. "Yang Yuchun won't be able to do anything to me." However, if the old man from the Myriad Law Academy intervenes, let alone me, even if there are 2 or 3 of me, I'm afraid the Mon origin divine sect will still hand me over. Let's keep quiet for a while. Duan Lingtian must be furious, but there's nothing he can do, right? Ha ha ha. If you want to blame someone, blame him for not knowing how to appreciate favors and refusing to join our Mon origin divine sect. He can only blame himself for offending the holy son of the Mon origin divine sect. Chapter 4107. As a heavyweight godly venerable rank force, the Mon origin divine sect was naturally not afraid of the Myriad Law Academy. However, if one side was unreasonable and did something that crossed the line, they would need to make a statement to extinguish the anger of the other side. After all, they were in the wrong. If they did not make a statement, would they be hinting to the other party that they could attack the people from the Mon origin divine sect? If that was the case, it would be a mess. Although the Mon origin divine sect was not afraid of trouble and often took the initiative to stir up trouble, it did not mean they were willing to be enemies with the Myriad Law Academy. The Myriad Law Academy had always been a special existence among the heavyweight godly venerable rank forces. Many people even suspected it had the protection of a supreme expert. The reason for this suspicion was that the Myriad Law Academy had fought 2 major godly venerable rank forces in the history of the Mystic Gangland. However, the Myriad Law Academy had emerged unscathed. It was said that both times, the supreme expert behind the godly venerable rank forces had shown up. Under such circumstances, the Myriad Law Academy had emerged unscathed. Was it because the supreme expert had shown mercy? If it was only one time, it might be the case. However, if it was the same both times, it was somewhat thought-provoking. For this reason, The Myriad Law Academy's position in the Mystic Gangland had always been special. Although it was only a heavyweight godly venerable rank force, the other heavyweight godly venerable rank forces did not dare to treat it as an ordinary heavyweight godly venerable rank force. Let's wait patiently. I don't usually use my law clones anyway, so it doesn't matter where they are. During this period of time, don't slack off on your cultivation. Although it can't be said that the higher your cultivation, the greater the benefits of the trip to the ultimate powerhouse's ruins, there are only benefits to being stronger, and there are no disadvantages. You've already mastered the Tao of control, so you should be able to further improve your mastery of the law of time. After all, you're an expert in the law of space. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Yang Yuchen said to Duan Lingtian. Of course, they were all just nomological law avatars here. Their true bodies were in the Myriad Law Academy in the Mystic Gangland. What Yang Yuchen did not know was that although Duan Lingtian was most proficient in the law of space, his attainments in the law of time were inferior. This was because his master, Feng Qingyang, had obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse in the past. The supreme powerhouse who had left behind the inheritance was a powerhouse who specialized in the laws of time. At that time, Duan Lingtian had stayed in a place similar to the law chamber left behind by that supreme master for a period of time. Not only had he comprehended the law of time, but his attainments were also not low. I understand. Third senior brother. Next, I will cultivate in peace until you tell me to go to the ruins. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that it was useless for him to be anxious. The people from the Mono-Yuan spirit cult hadn't come yet. Most likely, they wouldn't come in a short time. Rather than spending time on this, it was better to cultivate in peace. Furthermore, with Yang Yuchen around, there was nothing to worry about. In the end, I still have to beg third senior brother. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. In fact, before he left the Pure Sun sect, he had already made preparations to guard against the Monarch Spirit Cult, but he never thought that the people of the Monarch Spirit Cult would be so shameless. After those who were related to him had gone into hiding, they even attacked those who were from the same sect as him. They even killed the people from the Mono-Yuan Spirit Cult. The Mono-Yuan Spirit Cult. I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had another goal that he was eager to accomplish. His biggest goal in the past was to find his wife, Kerr, and reunite with Kerr. Then, he would bring Kerr away from the divine offering land and reunite with his family. In the next few months, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was peaceful. No one dared to cause trouble. As for Duan Lingtian, after cultivating for a period of time, he was finally awakened by his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, who had returned to the inner palace. Little junior brother, we can enter the relic of the supreme powerhouse now. The ruins of the supreme powerhouse. In fact, Duan Lingtian had not been cultivating for a long time. It was not that he did not work hard, but he was distracted by distracting thoughts and could not calm down to cultivate. After all, what he encountered this time was no ordinary matter. Many lives had withered because of him. Most importantly, there was nothing he could do. He could not do anything about it. He knew it was the Mono-Yuan spirit cult's doing, but there was nothing he could do. If I don't vent my anger, I won't be able to calm down to cultivate. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and met Yang Yuchen, who was waiting outside. Third senior brother, where's the ruins of the supreme powerhouse? It's in the Myriad Law Palace. Yang Yuchen smiled and said, to be precise, there's another independent plane right next to the independent plane where we're located. Speaking of which, our independent plane is connected to that independent plane. However, it's extremely difficult to enter that independent plane without destroying it. Therefore, we usually enter from outside. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. The ruins of the supreme powerhouse were right next to them? Third senior brother, are you here to bring little junior brother out to play? Suddenly, the figure of a young girl appeared like a ghost between Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen, and she looked at Yang Yuchen with excitement as she asked. The young girl was none other than Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chun-Wan. No, Upon seeing Lang Chunwan, Yang Yuchen smiled awkwardly. I'm here to bring little junior brother to the ruins of the supreme powerhouse. Junior sister, I think you should stay in your room and cultivate normally. Otherwise, you can stay in this field and comprehend the Tao of control and the order of time. Although you can't enter the ruins of the supreme powerhouse now, you can still benefit from it since it's right next to the ruins. Yang Yuchen then looked at Duan Lingtian. How old is your little junior brother? He's already mastered the Tao of control. As for you, you haven't even mastered the embryonic form. As a senior sister, don't you feel ashamed? Yang Yuchen smiled. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Lang Chunwan was stunned. She then looked at Duan Lingtian with her eyes wide open. Little junior brother has already mastered the Tao of control? Really? Third senior brother, you're not lying to me, right? The Tao of control is very difficult to master. Lang Chunwan's tone was full of doubt. No, little junior brother, I trust you more. Tell me, have you mastered the Tao of control? I don't believe third senior brother's words. While Yang Yuchen looked helpless, Duan Lingtian looked at Lang Chunwan with a smile. Fourth senior sister, I mastered the Tao of control by chance. It doesn't mean anything even if I mastered it earlier than you. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lang Chunwan also got a definite answer. Her eyes flickered for a moment, and she did not speak for a long time. No one knew what she was thinking. After a while, she muttered, I can't be worse than little junior brother. As a senior sister, I should be a role model for little junior brother. Third senior brother, little junior brother, I'm going to cultivate now. I won't come out of seclusion until I master the embryonic form of the Tao of control. Lang Chunwan came and went like the wind. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes, showing her childish nature. Yang Yuchen had long been used to this. As for Duan Lingtian, he was not used to it at first, but he was gradually getting used to it. Little junior brother. Suddenly, Yang Yuchen seemed to have noticed something. He glanced at Duan Lingtian. Why do I feel like your aura is a little restless? Is your cultivation not going well? As an ultimate god expert, Yang Yuchen could clearly sense the restlessness in Duan Lingtian's aura, even if he did not deliberately check on Duan Lingtian. There's resentment in my heart that can't be resolved. Seeing that Yang Yuchen had noticed, Duan Lingtian did not hide it. He smiled bitterly and said, Fortunately, my 1,000-year tribulation is still early. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be affected by the inner demon. Even if I can get through it, I'm afraid I'll be injured. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to pass the heavenly tribulation now. It could be said that he could easily shatter the heavenly tribulation and pass the heavenly tribulation. However, if the inner demon came, he would be injured even though he was supposed to be unscathed, because of what happened in the lower dimensions. Yang Yuchen frowned slightly. Actually, you don't have to take it to heart. What's done is done. There will come a day when the truth comes to light. When that time comes, I'll get justice for you. Yang Yuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light. When that time comes, if I don't have the ability, I'll look for the palace master. If the palace master still can't do it, I'll look for first senior sister and second senior brother. The moment Yang Yuchen's words left his mouth, apart from feeling touched, Duan Lingtian was also shaken. Based on what his third senior brother said, even if the first senior sister and second senior brother were not stronger than the palace master, they were not weak. At least, they were not weaker than his third senior brother. Third senior brother, our first senior sister and second senior brother also medium ultimate gods? Duan Lingtian couldn't restrain the curiosity in his heart and couldn't help but ask. Second senior brother is a medium ultimate god. Yang Yuchen said, As for first senior sister, I'm not sure if she has broken through yet. Under normal circumstances, she should have broken through. However, that's not necessarily true. The higher ultimate god realm is not that simple. All in all, you just have to remember that you're a member of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's internal branch. The internal branch is not that easy to bully. You want to bully the internal branch? Not even a giant ultimate god force can do that, let alone a small mon-origin divine sect. A cold light flashed in Yang Yuchen's eyes again as he finished speaking. At that moment, Duan Lingtian had a new understanding of the internal branch. At the same time, he felt that joining the internal branch of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace was the wisest decision. Let's go. Yang Yuchen took Duan Lingtian and left the independent dimension where the internal branch was located. He then made a series of more complicated hand seals in the void not far away. A moment later, an open black hole that was constantly rotating appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 4108. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ceaselessly rotating black hole was like a black whirlpool that emitted waves of terrifying suction force. Even though Duan Lingtian was far away, he could still feel the suction force that assaulted his face. Although the Ultimate Expert's relic is also an independent dimension, it's different from the independent dimension where the internal palace is. It's an independent dimension that hasn't been developed or modified. Of course, there's no way to develop or modify it. Or rather, there's no way to develop or modify it. Perhaps the Ultimate Experts have the means, but at least a higher Ultimate God wouldn't. Yang Yuchun paused for a moment. He did not avoid Duan Lingtian's shocked gaze as he looked at Duan Lingtian. There have been many higher Ultimate Gods in the history of the Inner Palace. After you enter, look for your own opportunities. Although I've been there before, I can't give you any pointers. Everyone who enters the Ultimate Expert's relic will see a different scene. Eldest senior sister, second senior brother, and I have suspected this before. It's probably because of you. Or rather, it's more like a nightmare world. At least, the places that the three of us enter are very familiar to us. As for looking for opportunities in there, just do as you wish. There's no need to be too deliberate. Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised by Yang Yuchen's words. He did not expect the Ultimate Expert's relic to be such a unique existence. Before this, he thought that before he entered, his third senior brother would share his experience with him so that he would be able to gain the most from it. However, it seemed like he had thought too much. It turned out that different people would see different scenes in the Ultimate Expert's relic. Moreover, according to his third senior brother, it was a scene that he was familiar with. The place of the outer fringe? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Yang Yuchen's voice sounded again. Little junior brother, after you enter, you don't have to think about anything else. Just follow your heart. You'll be at a disadvantage if you think too much. You just have to remember two things. The Ultimate Expert who left behind the Ultimate Expert's relic was skilled in the law of time. At the same time, he comprehended the Tao of control of the four Tao of heaven and earth. Inside, you just need to focus on these 2 points. Also, although the slaughter inside won't really kill you, every time you die, you'll have to start all over again. Moreover, he might have started from the starting point of another line. Try your best not to die. If you die 3 times, you'll be forcefully sent out. Speaking of which, the reason why fourth junior sister didn't even manage to grasp the embryonic form was also because she quickly died 3 times and was sent out. The scenes that appear in the ruins of the supreme powerhouses are all targeted at the heart of the person who enters them. For example, if you enter the ruins and don't have a greater obsession, you might see the people of the mon-origin divine sect that you've seen before. If you see them, kill them if you can. If you can't, run. Try not to die. Judging from the long history of our inner palace, the longer we stay in the Ultimate Expert's ruins, the more benefits we'll get. Among our generation of inner palace disciples, eldest senior sister and I have stayed in there the longest, and we've both mastered the Tao of control. Second senior brother is slightly lacking. Fourth junior sister is even worse. After listening to Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian had a rough idea of what was going on. The longer one stayed in the Ultimate Expert's ruins, the more benefits they would get. Perhaps fourth senior sister had not stayed in there for long. She did not even manage to grasp the embryonic form of the Tao of control. Second senior brother had not stayed in there for long. and had only grasped the embryonic form of the Tao of control. As for eldest senior sister and third senior brother, they had stayed in there for a long time and had grasped the Tao of control. Every time someone enters the ultimate expert's ruins, they'll need to rest and replenish the special spirit energy hidden in there. However, even if the spirit energy recovers, those who have entered before can't enter a second time. You only have this one chance, so you must cherish it. Remember what I told you. If you can avoid dying, try your best not to die. If you die 3 times, you'll be sent out. The longer you stay in there, the more benefits you'll get. Yang Yuchen reminded Duan Lingtian again. In response to Yang Yuchen's reminder, Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. I understand, third senior brother. All right, it's good that you understand. Yang Yuchen nodded and said, You may enter directly. If you die 3 times in there and are forcefully sent out, you'll return here. I'll wait for you here. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yuchen sat cross-legged in the void without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Then he closed his eyes and began to meditate. Duan Lingtian moved at the right time and leaped into the black hole in front of him. The moment he entered the black hole, he felt an irresistible force enveloping his body and bringing him in. At the same time, his consciousness became blurry. When Duan Lingtian's body was submerged in the black hole, Yang Yuchen suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze flickered as he muttered, I wonder, how long can this little junior brother last in there? Back then, I lasted for 3 months and more than 12 days in there. Eldest senior sister lasted for 4 months. Second senior brother only lasted for less than 2 months in there. Little junior sister only lasted for half a month in there. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Yang Yuchen's words, since he had already entered the Supreme Powerhouse's remnant. Now, after being in a daze for a while, he had finally regained consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that he had returned to his hometown in the mundane plane. This was also the first place he had appeared in after his rebirth, the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town. Boom! Before he could come back to his senses, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. Then, with a flash of his body, he subconsciously stepped into the air and saw that the entire Li clan, and even the entire Fresh Breeze Town, had been turned into ruins. Blood flowed like a river among the rubble. A black-robed man could be seen hovering in the air in the distance. Based on his appearance, it was clear he was the same person who had destroyed the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and destroyed Duan Lingtian's and his master Feng Qingyang's clones. It's you again. Although Duan Lingtian knew everything before his eyes was fake, his expression could not help but change. Although Duan Lingtian kept telling himself that everything was fake, the feeling of the wind blowing against his face gave him a feeling that everything was real. Was it real or fake? At this moment, it was difficult to tell the difference. It's fake. It's all fake. While Duan Lingtian was constantly trying to persuade himself, the black-robed man standing nearby actually laughed sinisterly. That's right. It's me, Duan Lingtian. I'm the one who destroyed you and your master Feng Qingyang's clones. Today, I'll destroy your true self. As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, he flew toward Duan Lingtian with a murderous aura surging from his body. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian, who had calmed down, became agitated again. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and turned to flee. Teleportation. 2 teleportations. After 2 teleportations, the black-robed man disappeared from his sight. However, although the black-robed man had disappeared before his eyes, the black-robed man's voice still reverberated in his ears. Duan Lingtian, you can't escape. You're just a little divine emperor. You can't escape from me, a high-level emperor god. Today you'll definitely die. The deafening voice was getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian continued to flee. Is this real or fake? But why does it feel so real? Then, Duan Lingtian continued to teleport. During this process, he deliberately touched some things and could feel their touch. He could even feel the pain when he pinched himself. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled and Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he quickly moved to the side. It was a 7-foot-long spear. It brushed past his body and left a trail of blood on his body. Then, with a loud boom, it landed on a mountain peak below him. Bang! After a loud bang, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. Rumble! Rumble! Duan Lingtian glanced sideways and saw the mountain peak that was originally intact had turned into ruins. He had intentionally taken a look at this mountain peak previously. When he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and headed to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he had passed by the mountain path at the foot of this mountain. At that time, he had intentionally raised his head to look at this mountain. He felt that this mountain was very tall and wondered when he would be able to fly to the top of the mountain and look down at this mountain and the surrounding land. Naturally, that was just a thought at that time. Later on, he had forgotten about it. He had never realized that thought. However, at this moment, he remembered it. The thought at that moment felt like it had happened yesterday. Aha! Die! While Duan Lingtian was in a daze, a burst of unbridled laughter resonated in the air. It was accompanied by an excited cry. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically at this moment. Oh no! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw at the instant he was distracted. A spear light that was like an enormous pillar soared through the sky, and it was like a light of annihilation that enveloped him within it. At the same time, he felt excruciating pain all over his body. Then, he lost consciousness. When Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he discovered he was no longer in his hometown, the Saint Province realm. He was currently in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Little junior brother, what are you thinking about? A voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears when he discovered he was in the air above the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Then, he saw Yang Yuchen standing next to him. Third senior brother? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he raised his guard. At the same time, he teleported away from Yang Yuchen and stared at him from afar. Chapter 4109. In less than a day, Duan Lingtian had died. It was only when he died that Duan Lingtian realized he had been too careless. How could he have let his mind wander when he was being chased by a god emperor? Naturally, he knew his opponent might not have been able to catch up to him as long as he was not distracted. Otherwise, what was the point of playing this game? He did not believe that the ruins of an utmost powerful being were meant to send him to his death. At the very least, he was certain he would not have died if he was not distracted. I can't let my mind wander. All of this is fake. No matter how real it is, it's fake. Everything in front of me isn't real. Anyone can make a move on me. Duan Lingtian had calmed down a lot after his first death. At the very least, it allowed Duan Lingtian to understand his current situation. What he had to do was to survive and nothing else. As long as he could stay alive, he would be able to survive. According to Yang Yuchen, his third senior brother, the longer he stayed in this place, the more benefits he would reap. The earlier he died 3 times, the lesser the benefits he would reap. Little junior brother, what's going on? In the air above the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Yang Yuchen frowned in confusion when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him warily from afar. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian sneered inwardly. Although his true body was in the ruins of a supreme powerhouse, his law clone was in the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly palace. His law clone was in the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly palace, which was enough to prove that everything in front of him was fake. Third senior brother, I have to leave for a while. Duan Lingtian smiled at Yang Yuchen before he prepared to leave. However, at the moment when he was about to leave, a figure appeared in the distance like a ghost. Furthermore, it was flying through the sky toward him. In just a blink of an eye, the figure arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian. The black-clad man looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, Duan Lingtian, it seems like you didn't learn your lesson last time. How dare you return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Furthermore, it's my true self. Today, you will definitely die. The moment the black-robed man finished speaking, he directly attacked Duan Lingtian. He stepped into the air with an overbearing aura. Humph! But right at this moment, a cold snort seemed to resound from the heavens and earth. A mere high god emperor dares to say that he wants to kill my Yang Yuchen's junior brother? Yang Yuchen? Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, the black-robed man's figure that was stepping through the air suddenly stopped. At the same time, his body trembled. 10,000 Arts Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yang Yuchen? Mid-level ultimate god. In the next instant, Duanling Tian saw the black-robed man who had just come to a halt and was trembling in fear was killed by Yang Yuchen with just a casual strike. The black-robed man was as weak as a piece of paper in front of Yang Yuchen. After killing the black-robed man, Yang Yuchen took the black-robed man's spatial ring. Then, he looked at Duanling Tian and said, "Junior brother, claim ownership of this spatial ring and see if you can find any evidence to prove he's from the Mon Origin Divine Sect. If you can find any evidence, I'll bring you to the Mon Origin Divine Sect to seek justice." Yang Yuchen gestured for Duanling Tian to come over. Duanling Tian had to admit that even though he knew everything before his eyes was fake, he still felt delighted when he saw Yang Yuchen killing his opponent. However, when Yang Yuchen gestured for him to come over, he became wary again. "Why do you want me to come over? Can't you look for evidence on your own? I'm not as familiar with the Mon Origin Divine Sect as you are." Thinking of this, Duanling Tian ignored Yang Yuchen. While Yang Yuchen was waiting expectantly for him to come over, Duanling Tian teleported a second time and disappeared before Yang Yuchen's eyes. Almost as soon as the second teleportation was completed, Duanling Tian felt a wave of energy coming from the top of his head. Then, a beam of light fell from the sky and headed straight for him. "It's over." Almost as soon as the beam of light fell and enveloped Duanling Tian, Duanling Tian only had one thought left in his mind. At the same time, he complained to himself, "How could it be over? I ran away as soon as I could. How could I die like this?" However, in the next moment, Duanling Tian realized that after the beam of light fell, he did not die. The beam of light did not have any lethality. Instead, it seemed like it was a gift. Under the cover of the beam of light, Duanling Tian felt as if his soul had been sublimated. The bottleneck that had been stuck for a long time on the path of control began to loosen at this moment. Is this the benefit of the path of control that third senior brother mentioned? Directly falling from the sky to help me improve the path of control? Thinking of this, Duanling Tian's eyes lit up. This is the relic of the ultimate contender. Is this how it gives people benefits? Just now, did I pass a hurdle? While taking a deep breath, Duanling Tian also realized that everything around him began to change. The original vast land quickly turned into a huge palace. Duanling Tian was sure that he had never been to such a palace before. And when he appeared in the palace, a figure flashed not far away and stared at him from afar. It was a young man. As soon as he appeared and saw him, Duanling Tian's expression turned ugly. His eyes seemed to spit fire. This was because the person in front of him was none other than Yun Qingyan, the direct descendant of the Yun family, a giant ultimate god family in the divine offering land. Yun Qingyan was also the son of the current patriarch of the Yun family. In the Yun family, his status was high and mighty. Duanling Tian had heard this from his family and friends when he reunited with them after Xiajie sent them away from the divine offering land. "Duanling Tian," Yun Qingyan said. His voice was as casual and frivolous as before. "I didn't expect to see a piece of trash like you here. The piece of trash that I trampled under my feet back then actually managed to come to the divine offering land. How surprising. So what if you're here? Do you think you're a match for me? Do you think you're a match for the Yun family?" Yun Qingyan insulted Duanling Tian as soon as he opened his mouth. Duanling Tian's expression gradually turned unsightly. "Duanling Tian," Yun Qingyan said, "you're an intermediate divine emperor, so I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation base to the level of an intermediate divine emperor. If I can't kill you, I'll let you leave alive. What do you think?" At the same time, Duanling Tian began to calm down. He did not want to get angry. There was no point in getting angry. All of this was fake. It wasn't real. It was impossible for him to come to the divine offering land for no reason. He was currently in the ruin of a supreme powerhouse. He was here to look for fortuitous encounters, not to seek revenge. Moreover, even if he killed Yun Qingyan, he would not be able to avenge himself. I have to think of a way to leave this place. Yun Qingyan must be the death calamity of this stage. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness to scan his surroundings as he tried to think of a way to escape. However, he soon discovered that the Great Hall was completely sealed. There was no way out. Apart from that, there was no one else in the Great Hall apart from him and Yun Qingyan. He said he's going to suppress his cultivation base to the level of an intermediate divine emperor to fight me? Could it be that the hurdle I'm facing in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic is to defeat him or even kill him? Only then will I be able to leave this place? Or could it be that I'll be able to obtain the reward in the ruin of a Supreme Powerhouse and be sent away? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian confirmed that there was no way out of the Great Hall before he gave up on the thought of leaving. At the same time, Yun Qingyan stared at Duan Lingtian and sneered. What? Duan Lingtian, you don't even have the courage to fight me when I suppress my cultivation base to the level of an intermediate divine emperor? Do you think a piece of trash like you is worthy of being with my cousin? What a joke! The sneer on Yun Qingyan's face grew wider. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about Yun Qingyan's ridicule. He could feel a wave of heat rising to his head. Although it's fake, isn't it my dream to have the chance to defeat and kill Yun Qingyan? Suppressing your cultivation base to the level of an intermediate divine emperor to fight me? Yun Qingyan, you're considered one of the top prodigies in all the realms of gods. Why should I, Duan Lingtian, be afraid? Duan Lingtian had won the 7 prefectures banquet with the cultivation base of an intermediate divine emperor. His strength was comparable to the young prodigies from the major godly venerable forces. The young prodigies from the major godly venerable forces who were comparable to him were all high-level divine emperors. If Yun Qingyan was only a high-level divine emperor, Duan Lingtian might be afraid of him. However, Yun Qingyan was only a mid-level divine emperor. He was not afraid of Yun Qingyan at all. Yun Qingyan, you'll die today. Duan Lingtian stared at Yun Qingyan coldly as though he was looking at a dead man. I think you'll die as well. Yun Qingyan met Duan Lingtian's gaze fearlessly as a sneer appeared on his face. If you die, my cousin won't have to worry about you anymore. When the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the lower realms of gods opens, I'll find a way to imprison your family. At that time, my cousin won't be unwilling to marry me. Yun Qingyan's words were like a fuse that ignited the bomb that was Duan Lingtian. Boom! The divine energy that Duan Lingtian had been accumulating exploded from his body. The killing intent in his eyes had reached its peak. Spatial windstorms swept out in all directions. At the same time, a divine sword with 7-colored light flowing around it appeared in his hand. The 7 Orifices exquisite sword. As soon as the 7 Orifices exquisite sword appeared, the entrance to Duan Lingtian's little world opened. A beautiful figure clad in rainbow clothes appeared in a flash. Master. The person who had appeared in Duan Lingtian's little world was none other than the sword soul of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, Huang Peak. With my current strength, even if it's a heavyweight ultimate god-level force or a giant ultimate god-level force in the Shengang land, I'm afraid that not many young prodigies under 10,000 years old who have yet to enter the God-Emperor realm can be my opponent. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's display of strength, he was stunned by Yun Qingyan's reaction. He saw that Yun Qingyan was also surrounded by spatial storms. A divine sword appeared in Yun Qingyan's hand. It was glowing with 7 colors. It was identical to the 7 Orifices exquisite sword in his hand. However, what shocked Duan Lingtian the most was the figure who appeared behind Huang. She was shrouded in 7-colored rays of light. She looked exactly like Huang. What's going on? What's going on? Although I'm not too sure about Yun Qingyan, he has fought before. He doesn't specialize in the law of space. Duan Lingtian remembered this clearly. However, as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he seemed to have caught on to something. He forced himself to calm down before he figured it out. It must be because I'm not sure about Yun Qingyan's strength. Yun Qingyan is my obsession. That's why he has my strength and techniques in the Supreme Expert's relic. Apart from the fact that he looks like Yun Qingyan, he's actually another me in terms of techniques. Duan Lingtian felt slightly helpless when he thought about this. At the same time, his hostility toward the fake Yun Qingyang had lessened. After all, not only was the fake Yun Qingyang not the real Yun Qingyang, but the fake Yun Qingyang also possessed his strength and techniques. I wonder if he inherited my combat experience or if it was given to him by the Supreme Expert's relic. Although Duan Lingtian knew his own strength and techniques, he was not sure if Yun Qingyan had inherited his combat experience or if it was given to him by the Supreme Expert's relic. As for Yun Qingyan's combat experience, Duan Lingtian did not think it was possible since he did not know much about it. The Supreme Expert's relic must have created an opponent for him based on his strength and memories. I hope he's inherited my combat experience. It won't be difficult for me to defeat him, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If there was anyone who knew him best, it would be him. Even if Yun Qingyan had inherited his strength, techniques, and combat experience and was on par with him, he would still be able to defeat Yun Qingyan quickly. After all, he could be flexible. As an inheritor, even if Yun Qingyan was flexible, he would not be able to keep up with him. If his combat experience is from the Supreme Expert's relic, it's fine if it's from an ordinary person. However, if it's from the Supreme Expert, it'll be difficult for me to defeat him or even kill him. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he thought about this. Supremely strong. These three words were like a huge mountain that pressed down on his heart. If Yun Qingyan had really inherited the Supreme Expert's combat experience, Duan Lingtian might not be a match for him. If I'm defeated or even killed by him, I'll die a second time. At that time, I'll only have one chance left. All in all, I've only been in the Supreme Expert's relic for a few days. I don't think I'll be sent out so quickly, right? Even fourth senior sister won't be sent out so quickly, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Currently, Duan Lingtian did not know that his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunyuan, had spent the shortest amount of time in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic. She had also spent nearly a month in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic. Otherwise, he would definitely be frightened, and the pressure on him would increase greatly. The reason why his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, did not tell him how long they had been in the remains of an ultimate powerhouse was because he had taken this into consideration. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would feel pressured. Duan Lingtian, after I kill you today, I'll use your blood to dye the white carpet red for my wedding with junior sister, Yun Qingyan said coldly as he made his move. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had become vigilant the moment he made his move. When he regained his senses after hearing his words, his expression was extremely unsightly. Although he knew Yun Qingyan was a fake, he was still furious. Yun Qingyan's words had touched his bottom line. He would not allow anyone to disrespect his wife. You're courting death, Duan Lingtian said coldly as he charged toward Yun Qingyan. It seemed as though he had lost his mind, but in truth, he had calmed down as soon as he made his move. At the same time, he was wary that Yun Qingyan's combat experience had come from the Supreme Expert's relic. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian obtained the answer he wanted in their first clash. Yun Qingyan had indeed obtained combat experience from the Supreme Expert's relic. It was not his own combat experience. Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of Control was much better than Duan Lingtian's mastery of the Tao of Control. However, Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Sword Tao was stiff. When Duan Lingtian realized this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Now he had a chance to defeat Yun Qingyan and kill him. Swoosh! Although Yun Qingyan's mastery of the law of space and the seven orifices exquisite sword that had been fused with the artifact soul, his sword Tao was slightly stiff. Even so, He was still extremely powerful since he had inherited Duan Ling Tian's mastery of the law of space and the seven orifices exquisite sword. At the very least, Yun Qingyan's current strength was enough to defeat Wang Xiong, the supreme talent of the Han Mountain Mansion, who ranked second in the Seven Mansions banquet. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not use the seven orifices exquisite sword when he defeated Wang Xiong. It was inconvenient for him to use it. If I defeat Yun Qingyan, doesn't that mean the supreme expert who left behind the supreme expert's relic might not be able to control my body as well as I can control my own body? Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brightly when he thought about this. Battle intent surged out of his body as he brandished his sword again and again to meet Yun Qingyan's attacks. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The seven-colored sword ray wreaked havoc as sword chi swept out. Duan Ling Tian's sword ray completely suppressed Yun Qingyan's sword. However, Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of control was perfect. Each time he blocked the sword ray that attacked him. How amazing! As expected of a supreme expert who specializes in the Tao of control. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian did not pay much attention to Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of control. However, as time passed, he realized Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of control gave him a lot of inspiration. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian also realized Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of control was enough to tie with Duan Ling Tian's mastery of the Tao of control. At the very least, Duan Ling Tian did not hold back at all. However, he still did not have the upper hand. It'll be difficult for me to defeat him, unless I can temporarily improve my mastery of the Tao of control. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn. While he was fighting Yun Qingyan, he kept an eye on Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of control. Duan Ling Tian's mastery of the Tao of control was on par with Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of control. However, Yun Qingyan had inherited the combat experience of the supreme expert who left behind the relic. Therefore, his mastery of the Tao of control was flawless. This was something Duan Ling Tian could not compare to. Chapter 41:11. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Sword chi shot out in all directions in the Grand Hall. Sword chi shot out and brushed against the walls of the Grand Hall. However, they did not leave any marks on the walls. Under such circumstances, the two people fighting in the Grand Hall did not seem to be very powerful. Humph! Yun Qingyan snorted coldly. Duan Ling Tian, you're really amazing. It hasn't even been 1,000 years, but you've already grown to such a level. It's hard to imagine that the ant that I could easily trample under my feet in the mundane realm would have such a day. Upon hearing Yun Qingyan's words, Duan Ling Tian did not feel happy or sad. He knew Yun Qingyan was trying to provoke him so that he would reveal his weakness and break the stalemate. Naturally, he would not fall for it. The Tao of control. Not only did Duan Ling Tian not fall for his trick, but he also continued to deduce his opponent's mastery of the Tao of control. He wondered why his opponent was able to execute his mastery of the Tao of control so perfectly. Gradually, he came to a realization. During this process, Yun Qingyan said something that provoked Duan Ling Tian even more. Duan Ling Tian ignored Yun Qingyan's words. When I achieve a breakthrough in my mastery of the Tao, it will be the time of your death. You're only complaining because you're worried you'll be defeated and killed. The stalemate lasted for a few days. Yun Qingyan had inherited all of Duan Ling Tian's techniques, and he had also inherited Duan Ling Tian's ability to sustain his divine energy. With 99 heavenly veins operating, not only was the speed at which he absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy, but the speed at which the heaven and earth spirit energy was converted to divine energy was also fast. His endurance was not inferior to Duan Ling Tian's at all. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian discovered that Yun Qingyan's strength was not inferior to his, and the speed at which he consumed his divine energy was also slower than his. The Supreme Powerhouse's utilization of divine energy has reached perfection. Amazing! If it wasn't for the fact that I was able to comprehend the Tao of control from him and improve my mastery of the Tao of control, I might have still lost to him in the end. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was constantly improving his strength as he fought. In the past, he had only mastered the basics of the Tao of control. However, with Yun Qingyan's guidance, he had gained a deeper understanding of the Tao of control. As a result, he was able to cast the Tao of control with greater strength. Finally, after 5 days of stalemate, Duan Ling Tian began to gain the upper hand. On the 6th day, Duan Ling Tian successfully suppressed Yun Qingyan and killed him after 100 moves. Before Yun Qingyan died, there was still a look of disbelief in his eyes. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh. The relics of a supreme powerhouse made everything seem so real that it was difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Fortunately, he had been convincing himself in his heart and numbing himself. All of this was fake, it was all fake. For this reason, he ignored Yun Qingyan's provocation. It's time for the reward to appear, right? When Duan Ling Tian saw Yun Qingyan's body vanish into thin air after he died, he turned to look at the ceiling of the great hall. The ceiling was resplendent and dazzling with luxurious lamps that emitted a dazzling light. Everything was so lifelike and lifelike. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat as his eyes lit up. It's here. At this moment, under Duan Ling Tian's gaze, a gigantic beam of light pierced through the ceiling of the main hall and descended horizontally before landing on his body. In the next instant, he was enveloped by the beam of light. However, unlike the previous time, he did not feel as though he had gained something. Instead, he found himself in a white world surrounded by white mist. This white mist, when the white mist came into contact with Duan Ling Tian's body, he discovered that the bottleneck of his Tao of control had loosened. At the same time, he saw a faint white figure performing the Tao of control in front of him. However, his Tao of control did not control the power of space but the power of time. The mist that was sweeping to the right stopped in its tracks as soon as the figure performed the Tao of control. Then it began to reverse time. The mist that was within the range of the Tao of control began to move backward while the mist outside the range of the Tao of control continued to move forward. This scene also gave people a very strange feeling. Controlling time is different from controlling space. However, during the process of controlling time, the methods used to control it are different in order to achieve the same result. Since Duan Ling Tian had fought with Yun Qingyan and learned the Tao of control from the supreme powerhouse who controlled Yun Qingyan's clone, he could tell the white figure's Tao of control was similar to Yun Qingyan's Tao of control. It must be the silhouette of the supreme powerhouse who left behind this relic. It must be performing the Tao of control. Now that I'm absorbing the unknown substance that can improve my Tao of control, I'm observing the silhouette's Tao of control. The reward this time is much better than the previous one. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to cherish every second he had. This was undoubtedly the first great fortuitous encounter he had obtained since he entered the relic of a supreme powerhouse. In order to focus on the process, Duan Ling Tian's 2 clones that were in the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm and his clones that were with his family in the mundane realms stopped moving and began to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. His clones needed to be controlled by his spiritual perception as well. When his main body was focused on something, even his clones would not be able to move on their own. At this moment, his clones were as lifeless as statues. The entrance to the independent realm where the inner court progeny was located was also the entrance to the relic of a supreme powerhouse where Duan Ling Tian was. Yang Yuchen sat cross-legged in the air as he looked at the entrance to the relic of a supreme powerhouse. His eyes gleamed brightly as he muttered to himself, "Little junior brother has been in there for half a month. He'll be able to stay longer than fourth junior sister if he stays in there for a few more days. His journey here is much more difficult than ours. I'm sure he'll be more resilient than us. I hope he'll be able to stay in there longer than me and eldest senior sister." The people from the inner court of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace were all from the lower realms. They were either from the Devata realms or the mundane realms. Yang Yuchen, for example, was from a mundane realm. However, although he was from the mundane realm, he was taken to the Devata realms by the powerhouses from the Devata realms not long after he made a name for himself. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he was considered to have taken a shortcut. It was the same for his second senior brother. As for his eldest senior sister, she was a genius from a major force in the Devata realms. She grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Not only was she better than his little junior brother, but she was also better than him and his second senior brother. His fourth junior sister, she was definitely better than him. She was brought back to the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace by the Great World not long after she arrived in the Devata realms and became an inner court progeny disciple. Among the few people from the inner court progeny, his eldest senior sister had the best life. His situation was similar to his second senior brother. He was better off than his little junior brother and fourth junior sister. In terms of fate, his fourth junior sister was naturally the most unfortunate. However, his little junior brother was the one who had the most difficult journey. For this reason, he had personally gone to the Chunyang school in the Tongling province of the 7 prefectures to recruit his little junior brother into the inner court progeny of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. His little junior brother had the most difficult journey, and yet, he was able to become a medium divine emperor before he was 3,000 years old. Compared to all the people who had appeared in the history of the inner palace, such people were considered very outstanding. I'm sure eldest senior sister and second senior brother will be satisfied with this little junior brother. I have good taste. Yang Yuchen muttered to himself as a bright smile appeared on his face. He began to praise himself. At this moment, an old figure appeared next to Yang Yuchen and said indifferently, "Boy, you're getting more and more shameless." Yang Yuchen's expression froze when he heard this voice. He then looked at the old man in annoyance. "Palace Master, you're the Palace Master of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Don't you know that it's very impolite to eavesdrop on others? Also, as the leader of the progeny of inheritance, it's not very appropriate for you to always come to our side, right? Those who don't know would think that you have some ideas about the relics of the ultimate powerhouse." The old man did not care about Yang Yuchen's ridicule. "Even if I have some ideas about the relics of the ultimate powerhouse, I still need your cooperation to open it. The method to open the relics of the ultimate powerhouse is only known by the leaders of the progeny of the inner court. It's not passed on to outsiders." "I'm aware of that." The old man smiled faintly. "Good." Yang Yuchen stood up and straightened his snow-white robe. He then asked bluntly, "Palace Master, don't tell me. You came here just to eavesdrop on me." The old man shook his head. "I like that about you. You're smart. I just came out of seclusion today. Then, I heard that your newly accepted little junior brother of the inner palace was being targeted. He even posted a mission on the dark web. This matter is mainly targeted at you. How is it? Do you feel pressured? If you do, I can order them not to attack your little junior brother." The old man said. Yang Yuchen sneered when he heard this. "Palace Master, there's no point in saying this. If you order them not to attack my little junior brother, will they really not attack? As long as they don't attack in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, will you know?" The old man was not angry at Yang Yuchen's disdain. He still had a faint smile on his face. At least, he won't be in danger in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. You can't always watch him and protect him, right? It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was viewed as a thorn in their flesh by these people despite not knowing or even meeting them. Duan Lingtian has returned to the internal branch. We'll think of a way to test him when he comes out. I think we should just find a chance to get rid of him. If this person doesn't die, sooner or later he'll become Yang Yuchen's helper. Where there were people, there was the underworld. Some people whom Duan Lingtian had not even met before already had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. Of course, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was busy waiting in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse, harvesting the wool of the ultimate powerhouse's remains. It's been 2.5 months. After waiting for 2.5 months and not seeing Duan Lingtian come out, Yang Yuchen's face was full of emotion, and his eyes flickered with a strange light. My judgment is good. I just casually went out and picked up such a genius junior brother. That's amazing. I'm impressed by myself. Now he should be coming out soon, right? Yang Yuchen thought to himself. In fact, deep in his heart, Yang Yuchen hoped that this junior brother of his could break his record. Therefore, deep in his heart, he was still looking forward to it. 3 months later, Yang Yuchen's eyes glittered when he saw that his junior brother was still nowhere to be seen. This junior brother has a bright future ahead of him. He's almost catching up to me. Soon, many days passed. The time Duan Lingtian stayed in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse had officially surpassed Yang Yuchen's. Crazy. At this moment, Yang Yuchen could not help but smile bitterly. I've been surpassed. Is eldest senior sister still far away? After 4 months, Yang Yuchen was a little numb. The record set by eldest senior sister had been surpassed in the end. The highest record for the inner palace is 5 months and 5 days. It said that that person had the potential to become an ultimate powerhouse. However, he died halfway. When he was a lower ultimate god, he was killed after a fierce battle with a higher ultimate god. Before this, the highest record of the inner palace in the ultimate powerhouse's miracle had been set in Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen's macro world. However, now that Duan Lingtian had stayed in there for 4 months, the record set by his eldest senior sister, whom he had never met, had been broken by him. However, this record was only a contemporary record. In the history of the inner palace, the highest record was 5 months and 5 days. That record was set by a genius disciple of the inner palace 200,000 years ago. It's been 4.5 months. After waiting for 4.5 months, Yang Yuchen was a little numb. 5 months, is it still far away? Soon, 5 months had passed. Duan Lingtian still had not come out. Little junior brother, don't tell me he broke the best record set by the ancestor of 5 days and 5 days? He was only a few days away from breaking the record. If I invite you, they will be more or less afraid of me. Because there are many people from the Mon-Origin sect in the Myriad Law Palace, including a saint. Under such circumstances, it's only normal for them to hold back temporarily. However, when you refused the challenge from the Mon-Origin Divine Sect's Holy Son, they saw it as a humiliation to their Holy Son. At that time, they flew into a rage out of humiliation. It's only natural that they would seek revenge on those around you. After listening to Yang Yuchen's analysis, Duan Lingtian was even more certain the people from the Monarch Divine Sect were the culprits. Third senior brother. Duan Lingtian said, I'm going to ask Hualao and Senior Meng Luo to leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the next few days. At that time, you'll be able to retrieve your law of avatars. Little junior brother. Yang Yuchen smiled wryly. There's no need to rush. My law of avatars are still there. They won't affect me. Third senior brother, that's not the only reason. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, the people from the Monarch Divine Sect haven't made a move yet. They must have guessed that your law of avatars are guarding the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Under such circumstances, it's meaningless to continue waiting for them to show up. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Yuchen fell silent. Over the next few days, Duan Lingtian's law of avatars left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with Hualao and Meng Luo. As for the others, they were those who were recruited later on. After receiving some benefits from Duan Lingtian, they happily left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When Duan Lingtian brought Hualao and Meng Luo out of the solitary destructive heaven, Yang Yuchen's law of avatars personally escorted them out of the solitary destructive heaven. After settling down Hualao and Meng Luo, Duan Lingtian's true body left the independent realm where the solitary destructive heaven's palace of the solitary destructive heaven was located. The palace master of Myriad Law's Academy, Su Baili, had asked his third senior brother to tell him that from now on, he would be absolutely safe in Myriad Law's Academy. No one would risk their lives to kill him. When Duan Lingtian's original body left the independent plane of the inner palace and returned to the student dormitory of the Myriad Arts Academy, all existences above the God-Emperor realm in the lineage of inheritance received a warning from the few existences with the highest status in the lineage of inheritance, excluding the palace master. Everyone, from today onwards, no one from the legacy bloodline is to have any thoughts of targeting Duan Lingtian. The headmaster has said that if anything happens to Duan Lingtian in the academy, he will disqualify the legacy bloodline from competing for the position of headmaster. Not only must we not target the Duan Lingtian, if we discover that someone is targeting the Duan Lingtian, we must also pay attention to whether or not the Duan Lingtian's life is in danger. If it is, we must protect the Duan Lingtian. When these words reverberated in the ears of those above the God-Emperor realm in the lineage of inheritance, everyone fell silent after recovering from their shock. They knew that Duan Lingtian had obtained the death-free golden medallion in the academy. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the situation in the lineage of inheritance. Not long after he returned to dorm 603 in the second dormitory building, he walked out again and flew directly to the sky above a dormitory with a courtyard, overlooking the dormitory below him. Wang Yunxing, come out, Duan Lingtian said in a low voice, his tone indifferent beyond compare. In the next instant, when he saw that there was no movement in the dormitory, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. Don't play dead. At this time, the people who had gathered to watch the commotion were somewhat speechless. Wasn't Duan Lingtian a little too impatient? He had spoken at the beginning and told Wang Yunxing not to play dead at the end. It had all been done in succession, with only a pause of a breath in between. It was impossible for Wang Yunxing to react in such a short time. Do we really care about Duan Lingtian? Why does it feel like he's in a hurry to die? Does he really think he's a match for Wang Yunxing? If he really dies in Wang Yunxing's hands in a life and death challenge, he can't blame us. It's a pity that Wang Yunxing didn't accept his life and death challenge. Wang Yunxing must be worried that Duan Lingtian is stronger than him. Wang Yunxing is too timid. Those who were God Emperors and above in the legacy bloodlines had received a warning from their superiors. They knew that not only could they not attack Duan Lingtian in the future, but they also had to protect Duan Lingtian when his life was in danger in the academy. Of course, if Duan Lingtian died in someone else's hands in a life and death challenge, they could not be blamed. The legacy bloodlines did not have a good impression of Duan Lingtian. In fact, they could not wait for Duan Lingtian to die. Now that they learned that Wang Yunxing had missed the opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian, they naturally felt that it was a pity. At the same time, they also felt that Wang Yunxing was too timid and cautious. A young man who was not even 3,000 years old would at most flaunt his prowess among the younger generation in the remote 7 prefectures. In the outside world, there were many people who were more outstanding than him. In Myriad Arts Academy, the students had their own small cliques. Those who came from the same faction naturally formed their own cliques. The Mon-Origin sect was no exception. At this moment, everyone in the small circle of the Mon-Origin divine sect, except for Wang Yunxing, had gathered together. They were all gathered in the dormitory of a Mon-origin sect disciple. What do you think the Holy Sun is thinking? That Duan Lingtian sent himself to his doorstep for him to kill. But he didn't kill him? A Mon-origin sect disciple asked with a gloomy expression. Maybe the Holy Sun is afraid that he's not as good as Duan Lingtian and will be killed instead. Another monarch divine sect disciple said with a mocking expression. The Mon-origin sect disciples who could come to Myriad Arts Academy were basically the cream of the crop among the younger generation. Even if they weren't as good as the Holy Sun, they weren't too far off. Some of them were even as talented as the Holy Sun. However, they weren't as strong as the Holy Sun because they hadn't enjoyed as many resources in the past. Hulanchi, a Mon-origin sect disciple, reprimanded the disciple who had spoken first. Stop mocking and ridiculing us. I know you don't like the Holy Sun, but now isn't the time for internal strife. What are we gathered here for? Isn't it because of the Mon-origin sect? Hulanchi was a handsome young man with a wicked smile on his face when he heard the reprimand of the monarch divine sect's disciple. He smiled faintly and said, "In my opinion, there's no need for us to gather for such a trivial matter. There's nothing to discuss." What's there to discuss? Let's discuss who among us will challenge the Duan Lingtian to a death duel and test his strength. Haha. Wang Yunsheng, this time Duan Lingtian is not only challenging you to a life and death challenge, but also the 5 people of the Mon-origin spirit cult. You won't refuse this time, right? Not far away, a person looked at Wang Yunsheng and asked with a laugh. This person was naturally not an ordinary person. He was a heaven's pride from another heavyweight force in the mystic gangland. At this time he had a bright smile on his face, looking like he was enjoying the show. Wang Yunsheng is here too. Is Duan Lingtian crazy? He's challenging 5 people of the Mon-origin spirit cult to a life and death challenge by himself? While the other students of the Myriad Arts Academy thought that Duan Lingtian was crazy, the 4 people of the Mon-origin spirit cult, including Hong Li, turned to look at Wang Yunsheng in the distance. Junior brother Yunsheng, since Duan Lingtian wants to die, will fulfill his wish. You can't possibly think that he has the strength to kill the 5 of us alone, right? Hong Li looked at Wang Yunsheng. When he transmitted his voice, the anger in his voice had not dissipated. Junior brother Yunsheng, if the 5 of us join forces, who can't we kill in the mystic gangland under the age of 10,000? Even among the lesser god emperors, there are few who can stop us. Junior brother Yunsheng, the 4 people of the Mon-origin spirit cult, including Hong Li, transmitted their voices to Wang Yunsheng, asking him to join forces with them to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge and kill Duan Lingtian. Wang Yunsheng is here too. At this time, Duan Lingtian's gaze also fell on Wang Yunsheng in the distance, and a bright smile appeared on his face. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Wang Yunsheng, I'm challenging the 5 of you to a life and death challenge. Don't tell me you still don't dare to accept? As Duan Lingtian spoke, he tried to suppress the light in the depths of his eyes that was on the verge of bursting out. Seeing that Wang Yunsheng still did not respond to Duan Lingtian's words, Hong Li and the other Mon-origin spirit cult disciples became anxious and hurriedly transmitted their voices to Wang Yunsheng again. At this time, the others were also looking at Wang Yunsheng. Wang Yunsheng, don't tell me you still don't dare to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge? This Duan Lingtian is obviously deliberately mystifying things. If Wang Yunsheng and the other 4 join forces, in the mystic gangland, anyone below the lesser god emperor realm, I'm afraid no one can survive under their hands, right? I think so too. Even if it's the top prodigies of the giant ultimate god forces, I'm afraid no one below the god emperor realm would dare to fight against the 5 of them alone. If Wang Yunsheng still doesn't dare to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge at this time, then he's really too cowardly. Listening to the words that came to his ears and listening to the urging of Hong Li and the other 3, Wang Yunsheng's face was gloomy and his eyes were indifferent. Did he want to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge? Yes. However, now that he had sent a message to his lineage's old ancestor, a medium ultimate god, after a moment of hesitation, the old ancestor did not agree with him joining the battle. Although the old ancestor also believed that Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the other three could kill anyone below the God Emperor realm in the Mystic Gangland. However, after hearing that this was a life and death challenge initiated by Duan Lingtian and thinking that Duan Lingtian was not even 3,000 years old and came from a mundane realm, he felt that the Duan Lingtian's demon was unimaginable for ordinary people. There was still a chance that he would fail. I'll get someone to contact the four of them. They have to accept this battle. However, that doesn't include you. With the four of them working together, they are stronger than you alone. Normally, even if Duan Lingtian is stronger than you, as long as he's not much stronger, the four of them together are enough to kill Duan Lingtian. You just have to keep quiet about this matter. I'll make the arrangements on my side. After hearing his old ancestor's words, Wang Yunsheng swallowed his anger. After a while, the four people who were urging Wang Yunsheng to join the battle also stopped sending voice transmissions to Wang Yunsheng. The four of them looked at each other and began to communicate through voice transmissions. My father wants me to join the three of you in accepting Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge. My mother told me the same thing. The four of us together are stronger than the Holy Sun. It won't be difficult to kill Duan Lingtian. I just don't know. Will this Duan Lingtian refuse on purpose? He'll only agree if the Holy Sun joins us. Let's ask first. The four of them did not have any objections to their elders asking them to join forces to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge. This was because they felt that their combined strength was stronger than Wang Yunsheng, the Holy Sun. It would not be difficult for them to kill Duan Lingtian. While everyone's attention was still on Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li and the other three people turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Hong Li snorted coldly and said, Duan Lingtian, you're not worthy of the four of us and the Holy Sun joining forces. Don't you like life and death challenges? The four of us will play with you. What do you think? This is also taking care of you. If the Holy Sun joins us, you'll only die a worse death. Finally, Hong Li looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. At this moment, everyone's attention shifted from Wang Yunsheng to Duan Lingtian. What's going on? Why did Hong Li from the Mon-Origin spirit sect suddenly change his mind? Duan Lingtian is obviously trying to scare them. If they don't bring Wang Yunsheng along, the Duan Lingtian will have an excuse to reject them again. Is Wang Yunsheng that timid? Why isn't he joining the battle at this time? I used to think Wang Yunsheng was quite powerful. Now it seems like he's just SOSO. How can someone like him be worthy of being the Mon-Origin spirit sect's Holy Sun? Many people's words revealed their disdain for Wang Yunsheng. These people had powerful backgrounds and were not weak. Therefore, they were not afraid of Wang Yunsheng. The four of you? Upon hearing Hong Li's words, Duan Lingtian had a mocking expression on his face. Don't you think too highly of yourselves? The four of you are trash. Are you worthy of me, Duan Lingtian, joining the battle and having a life and death duel with you? I'll say it again. The four of you will join forces with Wang Yunsheng. I'll sign a life and death contract with all of you to have a life and death duel. It won't do if one of you is missing. If you agree, sign a life and death contract. If you don't agree, forget it. While reminding Duan Lingtian, Yuan Dongchun also sent a message, Vice Palace Master Yang. Duan Lingtian is going to have a life or death duel with 5 people from the Mon-Origin divine sect, including Wang Yunsheng. Are you aware of this? Yuan Dongchun was just an ordinary teacher in the Myriad Law Palace and was not a member of the Myriad Law Palace's legacy. Before Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, stepped into the ultimate god realm, the two of them were friends and had a good relationship. Therefore, he immediately sent a message to Yang Yuchen to remind him. He hoped that Yang Yuchen would stop Duan Ling Tian. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was courting death. What? Do you think my little junior brother is courting death? Yang Yuchen, who received Yuan Dongchuan's message, asked in a calm tone with a smile. Yuan Dongchun was shocked when he heard Yang Yuchen's words. You mean, your little junior brother has the strength to kill the 5 of them? Yuan Dongchun continued. If that's the case, it's not very appropriate, is it? Even if it's reasonable to kill them under such circumstances, it's equivalent to putting the Mon-Origin Divine Sect on the opposite side. From now on, even if the Mon-Origin Divine Sect doesn't openly target your little junior brother, I'm afraid they'll secretly think of ways to kill him and those related to him. Yuan Dongchun reminded Yang Yuchen. The Mon-Origin Divine Sect has already done so. Yang Yuchen said faintly, let's deal with this matter as it should be. Let nature take its course. At this moment, Yuan Dongchun was still shocked. Did your little junior brother tell you himself that he's confident in killing Wang Yunsheng and the others? Yes, Yang Yuchen replied. Do you trust him that much? He's new here, so I'm afraid he doesn't know the strength of Wang Yunsheng and the others. Right? I trust him. At this time, Yuan Dongchun did not say anything else. At the same time, he looked at Wang Yunsheng, Hongli, and the others who were not far away and asked in a deep voice. Are you sure you want to sign a life and death contract with Duan Ling Tian? You should know that if you sign a life and death contract, even if you die, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect won't be able to stand up for you. This is because you chose this path yourselves. In the face of Yuan Dongchuan's reminder, Wang Yunsheng, Hongli, and the others naturally ignored it. All right. Yuan Dongchun nodded. Since you have no objections, then sign the life and death contract. Each of you write your name on it and press your palm print. At the same time, Yuan Dongchun raised his hand and took out a stone tablet. There were many lines of words written on it, and they were the terms of the life and death contract. As long as it was clear that the following life and death duel in the Hall of Life and Death was voluntary and had nothing to do with others. Even if they died, they would bear all the responsibility. It had nothing to do with the Wanda Law Palace or the person who killed them. Who's first? As soon as Yuan Dongchun finished speaking, Wang Yunsheng was the first to make a move. He wrote his name on the stone tablet and then gently patted his name, leaving his palm print. Duan Ling Tian, I hope you won't run away. Wang Yunsheng looked at Duan Ling Tian and smiled contemptuously. In his opinion, as long as Duan Ling Tian had not signed the life and death contract, there was still room for regret, and he did not want Duan Ling Tian to go back on his word. After all of you have signed it, I will naturally sign it. In the face of Wang Yunsheng's contempt, Duan Ling Tian looked indifferent. Hearing his words, Wang Yunsheng looked at Hongli and the other 3. Immediately, the 4 of them also signed their names on the life and death contract and left their palm prints. Duan Ling Tian, it's your turn. Hongli sneered. After entering the life and death arena, don't make a move for the time being. You must wait until the life and death bell in the Hall of Life and Death rings. Otherwise, you'll be obliterated by the life and death arena's formation. Yuan Dongchun warned. Following his words, Duan Ling Tian discovered a powerful force sweeping toward him and wrapping around him in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that this was the power of Yuan Dongchun, the teacher on duty at the Hall of Life and Death. At the same time, he also saw that not only was he being brought into the huge circle at the center of the hall, but Wang Yunsheng, Hongli, and the others were also brought into the circle. The others can only watch from afar. If you get too close and are killed by the life and death arena's formation, the Hall of Life and Death won't be responsible for it. Yuan Dongchuan's next sentence also caused the group of people who came to watch the show to stop in their tracks. Many of them were so shocked that they sucked in a breath of cold air. If they were killed by the life and death arena's formation, they would have died for nothing. How could Duan Ling Tian be so foolish? Among the crowd, one of them shook his head and sighed. He was none other than Duan Lingtian's roommate from the Myriad Arts Academy, Tan Fei. Tan Fei had also heard that Duan Lingtian was going to have a life and death duel with Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the others. At the same time, he regretted not coming out earlier. He might have been able to persuade Duan Lingtian. Of course, he also knew in his heart that it was unlikely that he would be able to persuade Duan Lingtian. Would no one persuade Duan Lingtian? Although Duan Lingtian had not been in the Myriad Arts Academy for long, since he had become Vice Palace Master Yang's junior brother, there would be many people who were on good terms with him. They warned him openly because they were afraid of offending the people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. However, it was impossible for the people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect to know anything about it. In fact, along the way to the Hall of Life and Death, Duan Lingtian had indeed received many messages advising him not to have a life and death duel with Wang Yunsheng and the others. However, he did not pay any attention to them. He did not want to miss out on such a good opportunity. Moreover, everyone thought he would be the only one to die in this battle. But was that really the case? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian entered the hall. Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the other four also entered the hall. This time, Duan Lingtian is dead for sure. Among the crowd outside, there were 3 people gathered together. They were none other than the other 3 people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect who had come to the Myriad Arts Academy. They were also the 3 people who had previously disagreed with Hong Li and the others. When they learned that Duan Lingtian was going to have a life and death duel with Wang Yunsheng and the others, they had also rushed over. At the same time, they also felt that Duan Lingtian was going to die without a doubt. Humph! Among the 3 people, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect disciple whose strength was second only to Wang Yunsheng among the 7 young geniuses of the Myriad Arts Academy, Hu Lanqi, snorted coldly. Wang Yunsheng is really getting worse and worse. It's just Duan Lingtian. But he actually dares to fight with Hong Li and the others. Hu Lanqi's words clearly showed some contempt for Wang Yunsheng's approach. In my opinion, you're more suitable to be a holy son, senior brother Hu. One of the 2 people next to him said with a smile. Wang Yunsheng might have been stronger than you in the past, senior brother Hu, but that might not be the case now. That's right. The other person chimed in. Who in the Mon-Origin Spirit sect doesn't know that Wang Yunsheng was able to become a holy son because of his good birth? If you have his background, you'll definitely be more outstanding than him. In the life and death duel, Duan Lingtian, Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the others faced each other. Outside, the number of people who had come to watch the show continued to increase. Duan Lingtian waited quietly for the life and death bell to ring in the Hall of Life and Death because it meant that he could make a move. At this moment, his divine energy had already surged through his 99 heavenly veins, ready to be unleashed. Wang Yunsheng and the others were about the same. Junior brother Yunsheng. At this time, Hong Li transmitted his voice to Wang Yunsheng. Why don't you fight with Duan Lingtian first? If you can kill him with your own strength, the voices that doubt you will naturally disappear. If you can't defeat him, we'll join forces to kill him. What do you think? Hong Li was clearly thinking for Wang Yunsheng's sake. When Wang Yunsheng heard this, he was naturally moved. It can only be said that in the 7 prefectures, among the younger generation under 10,000 years old, no one can make him use that divine artifact. Didn't they say that he came from the lower planes? Where did he get a high-grade divine artifact soul from? He must have obtained the inheritance of an expert. His divine artifact should have been used by some godly venerable expert in our mysterious gangland in the past. Moreover, it's the kind of divine artifact that has a mature spirit and intelligence that can be inherited by others. This luck is simply heaven-defying. Not to mention the inheritance of a godly venerable expert. Even if someone obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert, they might not be able to obtain a high-grade divine artifact soul with a complete high-grade divine artifact soul. Duan Lingtian, who had already made a name for himself in Myriad Arts Academy, was once again in the limelight in Myriad Arts Academy. At the same time, many people felt pity for the 5 people from the Mon-Origin divine sect. They were all geniuses. They were all godly venerable seedlings of the Mon-Origin divine sect. But this time, they all fell into the hands of Duan Lingtian. The Mon-Origin divine sect has always been vengeful. I'm afraid they won't let this matter go. Many people felt so. So what if they won't let this matter go? They have conflicts with Duan Lingtian. Even Duan Lingtian suspects that the Mon-Origin divine sect made a move against the forces of his relatives and friends in the lower dimensions. Otherwise, why would Duan Lingtian challenge Wang Yunsheng to a life and death duel? I think so too. Duan Lingtian had the intention to kill Wang Yunsheng the moment he challenged him to a life and death duel. It's obvious that he wants to avenge his friends and family in the lower planes. In order to avenge his relatives and friends, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to reveal the high-grade divine artifact soul with a high-grade divine artifact soul that he had never shown in front of others before. In any case, this matter happened after the life and death duel was signed. Even if the Mon-Origin divine sect is at a disadvantage, they can only suffer in silence. At least, they won't dare to act recklessly on the surface. Yes, they won't dare to act recklessly on the surface. As for behind the scenes, even if Duan Lingtian didn't do this, they might not let Duan Lingtian off the hook. Duan Lingtian should be aware of this, which is why he did not hold back and killed the 5 disciples of the Mon-Origin divine sect. The Mon-Origin divine sect had suffered a great loss this time, and it caused a sensation in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Of course, many people felt that the Mon-Origin divine sect had only themselves to blame for suffering such a loss. If they had not provoked Duan Lingtian first, why would Duan Lingtian target Wang Yunsheng and the others? If there's a chance, I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't let any of the disciples from the Mon-Origin divine sect go. Someone said, I'm afraid someone from the Mon-Origin divine sect will come. Although the life and death duel is over, they will definitely come to verify whether Duan Lingtian's high-grade divine artifact soul is his. Some people who knew about the relationship between Yuan Dongchun, the teacher on duty at the Hall of Life and Death, and Duan Lingtian's 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, thought so. Soon, the people from the Mon-Origin divine sect arrived at the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. 2 people came from the Mon-Origin divine sect. An old man and a woman. After the 2 of them contacted the higher-ups of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace asked Yang Yuchen to contact Duan Lingtian and ask Duan Lingtian to go over and verify whether the high-grade divine artifact soul was his. You still want to verify it? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he received the message from his 3rd senior brother. Yuan Dongchun, who was on duty at the Hall of Life and Death that day, is a good friend of mine, Yang Yuchen said. The Mon-Origin divine sect probably thinks that Yuan Dongchun is biased toward you, Yang Yuchen said via voice transmission. Therefore, they came this time to verify it personally. You don't have to worry. Even if they verify this matter, they won't dare to lie. We can find a 3rd party to verify this matter. After listening to Yang Yuchen's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. It was no wonder that teacher Yuan Dongchun had advised him out of goodwill and was very patient during the process. It turned out that he had a close relationship with his 3rd senior brother. I'll come over to pick you up now, Yang Yuchen said. All right, Duan Lingtian responded. After a dozen breaths of time, Yang Yuchen arrived and the two of them went to meet the people from the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. Two people from the Mon-Origin Divine Sect came this time. One of them is the vice leader of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect, Lu Tianfeng. On the way, Yang Yuchen said to Duan Ling Tian, Lu Tianfeng is a mid-level ultimate god, and can be considered a ruthless character in the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. According to some rumors I received, it's very likely that he was the one who sent people to annihilate the forces your family and friends belong to in the lower planes. Of course, it's just rumors and there's no concrete evidence. It's very difficult to find evidence for this kind of thing. Although Yang Yuchen said there was no concrete evidence, a cold killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. As the saying went, there's no smoke without fire. Even if it was just rumors, he felt that the vice leader of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect, Lu Tianfeng, was unlikely to be innocent. The person who came with Lu Tianfeng is one of his disciples who's already a lesser ultimate god. The other party is a female and the artifact soul of the full soul prominent divine weapon in her hand is also a female. This time, she'll be the one to verify your artifact soul. Yang Yuchen continued. Yang Yuchen's face was calm from the beginning to the end because he knew his good friend Yuan Dongchun was not biased toward his little junior brother. His little junior brother's artifact soul did not have the aura of a second person. It belonged to his little junior brother. Of course, a few days ago, when he found out that his little junior brother had killed Wang Yunshang and the others with a full soul high-grade divine artifact, he was shocked. He never thought that his little junior brother would even have such a thing. However, on second thought, he felt relieved when he thought about his little junior brother's achievements before he was even 1,000 years old. His little junior brother was an existence with heaven-defying luck. At least in the history of their internal palace, he did not know of a second person who had achieved the same achievements as his little junior brother at his age. Anyway, it's just a formality. They won't dare to act recklessly in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Yang Yuchen said. Duan Lingtian nodded and the killing intent deep in his eyes gradually disappeared. Lu Tianfeng. The vice leader of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. A medium ultimate god. Such an existence could not be shaken by the current him. If Lu Tianfeng were to seize the opportunity, he would be crushed to death with just a flick of his little finger. There with Vice Palace Master Yu. Yang Yuchen continued. We'll go there directly now. Vice Palace Master Yu? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. One of the two Vice Palace Masters of the branch of Legacy? Chapter 41-27. Yang Yuchen nodded. Don't worry. He sees me as a thorn in his side, but he won't make things difficult for you in this matter, unless he wants to be unlucky. Moreover, after that old fellow made you a promise last time, he looked for him and the other Vice Palace Master of the lineage of Legacy to warn them. Now, I'm sure they've already warned the other people in the lineage of Legacy who have the strength to kill you not to act rashly. Perhaps, in the Myriad Law Academy, even if they know someone wants to kill you, they'll still protect you. Yang Yuchen laughed at the end of his sentence. The lineage of Legacy had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he also laughed. Of course, although he was laughing, he knew in his heart that it was not that he did not pay a price. At the very least, it was with his permission that the Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy stood up for him. This favor could be considered as owed. Soon, Duan Lingtian followed Yang Yuchen to a reception hall in the Myriad Law Academy. There were already people in the hall. On both sides of the hall stood a person, both of whom were old men. Behind the two old men stood a beautiful woman and a middle-aged man. When Duan Lingtian followed Yang Yuchen in, the four people's gazes all turned toward him. Little junior brother, this is Vice Palace Master Yu of the Myriad Law Academy. After Yang Yuchen brought Duan Lingtian in, he introduced one of the old men with a medium build and a thin face. Although the old man looked ordinary, his eyes were particularly bright. He was the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy, Yu Ying. Vice Palace Master Yu. Duan Lingtian greeted the old man in a timely manner. The old man's originally cold face revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Duan Lingtian, I've heard a lot about you. Vice Palace Master Yang. This is the first time you've accepted a disciple on behalf of your master. The facts show that you're indeed very outstanding. He has a good eye. As soon as Yu Ying opened his mouth, he praised Duan Lingtian. He did not seem to have any conflicts with Yang Yuchen at all, causing Duan Lingtian to sigh inwardly at how well Yu Ying did. Vice Palace Master Yu, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. At the same time, the middle-aged man behind Yu Ying greeted Yang Yuchen, and Yang Yuchen introduced him to Duan Lingtian. He was the disciple of the Vice Palace Master, Yu Ying. As for Duan Lingtian, he also greeted the other party. The other party also warmly greeted him, Junior Brother Duan. In fact, that man was even older than Yang Yuchen. However, because Yang Yuchen was of the same generation as the other party's master, and Yang Yuchen's strength and status were extraordinary, the other party addressed Yang Yuchen as Martial Uncle. All right, we've greeted our own people and we've been left out. At this moment, Yu Ying smiled and looked at the two people standing opposite him. Vice Sect Leader Lu and his disciple are still waiting to get down to business. There's no hurry, the old man who was dressed in a gray robe said with a fake smile. We've waited for so long just now, so there's no hurry. When he reached the end of his sentence, his gaze fell on Yang Yuchen. Vice Palace Master Yang, when we last met, you weren't the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. I really didn't expect you to enter the Intermediate Divine Emperor stage and become the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace in just a few thousand years. As the Vice Sect Leader of Mon-Origin Spirit Sect, Lu Tianfeng had met Yang Yuchen once in the past. However, at that time, Yang Yuchen was just an ordinary teacher in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. In front of Lu Tianfeng, Yang Yuchen was only a junior. Could this be? Someone was worried that their artifact soul would be prettier than themselves? At her level of cultivation, she can transform into any appearance she likes, right? Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yuchen through voice transmission. He thought about how difficult it was for him to nurture his superior divine artifact to this extent, but Duan Lingtian was only a medium divine emperor, and he already had such a divine artifact. At this moment, the flames of jealousy burned in his heart. For the first time, he was jealous of a young man who was not even 1,000 years old. He now has such a superior divine artifact soul. In the future, when he enters the God Emperor realm, he can avoid the process of nurturing his divine artifact soul. We nurture our divine artifacts to resist the heavenly tribulation that comes once every 1,000 years. For God Emperors, nurturing their divine artifacts to increase their strength is far more cost-effective than cultivating to increase their strength. Thinking of this, Lu Tianfeng's heart was twisted with jealousy. A person who was originally more talented than him had such a divine artifact soul at the medium divine emperor realm. In the future, there would be fewer forks in the road. This was something that he didn't even dare to dream of when he was young. This kind of person shouldn't live in this world. Although Lu Tianfeng had long made up his mind to kill Duan Lingtian, at this moment, his impulse to kill Duan Lingtian was even stronger. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Yang Yuchen and Yu Ying were here, and if it weren't for the fact that this was the Wanda Law Palace, he would have been unable to hold himself back and would have attacked. Yes, master. While Lu Tianfeng's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts, Tai Xingnan responded respectfully and then called out to her artifact soul. Then, the artifact soul, which looked like an old woman, began to check on Duan Lingtian's divine sword soul, Huang. After a while, the old woman's extended divine sense returned to her body. How is it? Tai Xingnan looked at the old woman and asked with bright eyes. At the same time, Lu Tianfeng also looked at the old woman. How he hoped that the old woman would tell them that Duan Lingtian's divine sword soul still had the aura of a second owner. However, he knew that the possibility of this was very small. Since Duan Lingtian dared to come and Yang Yuchen dared to bring him here, it meant that he was confident. The old woman's next words also proved this point. The divine sword soul only has his aura in it. There is no aura of a second person. It's undoubtedly his divine weapon, the old woman said. It was not that she did not want to slander Duan Lingtian and help Tai Xingnan and the Mon Origin Spirit sect, but from the beginning, Lu Tianfeng had asked Tai Xingnan to tell the truth. Therefore, she could only tell the truth. Vice Leader Lu. As the old woman's voice fell, Yang Yuchen looked at Lu Tianfeng and smiled faintly. Now that the results are out, our Myriad Arts Academy can be considered to have given your Mon Origin Spirit sect an explanation, right? Lu Tianfeng smiled faintly. But now, the Palace Master has spoken, which is equivalent to giving him a death exemption card. Even if Lu Tianfeng really wants to make a move in the academy and get someone to touch him, we still have to protect him. To be precise, the ancestors of the Myriad Law Academy had promised something to the major God-venerable level forces. It's a long story. Let's talk about it at my place. Yang Yuchen did not send Duan Lingtian back. Instead, he brought Duan Lingtian to his residence in the Myriad Law Academy as the Vice Palace Master's residence. It was a spacious mansion. In the mansion, there was a front yard and a backyard, which occupied an extremely large area. Inside the mansion, one could see the chores and cleaners. However, as soon as Yang Yuchen called out to them, all of them left, leaving only Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen behind. Speaking of which, the things that the Myriad Law Academy obtained back then were not only due to the contributions of the major God-venerable level forces but also our internal palace branch. It was also at that time that our internal palace branch obtained the ultimate expert's remains. That ultimate expert's remains were completely discovered and obtained by our internal palace branch's ancestors. Therefore, even if others were jealous, they had nothing to say. As for the Myriad Law Academy, our internal palace branch has never taken up any resources. The people of the internal palace branch also enjoy the treatment of ordinary students in the Myriad Law Academy. Therefore, no one said anything about not sharing it with the entire Myriad Law Academy. Of course, in the history of our internal palace branch, there are still a few people who, after paying a certain price, obtained the permission of the current leader of our internal palace branch to enter the ultimate expert's remains. At this point, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. Back then, what the Myriad Law Academy obtained was not considered an ultimate expert's remains. However, it was an independent dimension opened up by an ultimate expert. Moreover, it was an independent dimension opened up by many ultimate experts. That independent dimension was also a training ground. There were all kinds of opportunities left behind by the ultimate experts. Moreover, it was the kind that was constantly updated. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's last words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be startled. Constantly updated? Yes, constantly updated. Yang Yuchen nodded. Every time the Myriad Arts Academy opens that place, those supreme powerhouses will update everything inside at the right time. For example, some of the opportunities inside will be obtained, as well as the way to obtain them will all change. In addition to some opportunities that have appeared before, new opportunities would appear. That place, you can think of it as the benefits that the ultimate experts gave to the Myriad Law Academy and more than a dozen other heavyweight ultimate god forces. Duan Lingtian understood when he heard Yang Yuchen's explanation. In that case, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. That place is actually similar in nature to the realm battlefield? Yes. Yang Yuchen smiled and nodded. His junior brother was indeed a smart person. He understood immediately. That place is similar to the realm battlefield. There are opportunities left behind by the ultimate experts, however. Compared to the realm battlefield where everyone from the realm of gods can enter, that place is only accessible to those who are permitted by the Myriad Law Academy. Moreover, there are restrictions. That place is a training ground left behind by the ultimate experts for the younger generation. Therefore, only young people under the age of 10,000 can enter. Moreover, there's a limit to the number of people who can enter each time. The upper limit is 100 people. Out of the 100 spots, 20 of them belong to the Myriad Law Academy. The remaining 80 spots are divided among more than a dozen heavyweight forces. At that time, the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace managed to seize the 100,000-year ownership of the Trial of God from the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Duan Ling Tian explained. It's a competition between the profound gangland and another powerful force in the realms of gods. It's also because of that competition that our Myriad Jurisprudence Palace managed to obtain the 100,000-year ownership of the Trial of God. Of course, during this process, other heavyweight ultimate god forces helped. Therefore, every time the Trial of God opens, they'll have a share. However, it's a benefit that their ancestors obtained for them. If they want to enjoy this benefit, they have to pay a price. At the very least, those who want to enter the Trial of God must pay a price. Let them enter the Myriad Law Academy and become a Myriad Law Academy student. Then, they'll have to accumulate a certain number of credits in the Myriad Law Academy to be qualified to enter the Trial of God. For example, out of the 8 people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect who entered the Myriad Arts Academy, only 4 of them have accumulated enough credits to qualify for the Divine Trial. However, 3 of them were killed by you. Yang Yuchen smiled and said, I'm afraid there won't be many people from the Mon-Origin Divine sect entering the Trial of God in the coming days. After all, time is of the essence. It won't be easy to accumulate enough credits in such a short period of time. It's also because of this that the Mon-Origin Divine sect won't let the matter of you killing Wang Yuxing and the other 4 go. Originally, this matter could be solved by a lesser ultimate god elder, but they sent a vice sect leader instead. After listening to Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Ling Tian learned many things he did not know before. Among them, the thing that surprised him the most was the Trial of God. The Trials of God was an independent plane that several supreme powerhouses had opened up together. Were the various trials in there also the supreme powerhouses who had put in the effort to update them in a timely manner? As expected of a top force in the realms of gods, I can't believe there are ultimate experts helping them nurture their juniors. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. Such treatment was not something he could receive in the Chunyang school. Perhaps only the young prodigies from the Overlord Ultimate God forces would not lack such treatment. After all, every Overlord Ultimate God forces had an ultimate expert behind them. Ultimate experts would definitely have friends who were also ultimate experts, right? Pulling a few friends together to seek benefits for their juniors was also a very normal thing. Third senior brother, have you entered the Trial of God before? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he looked at Yang Yuchen. Of course. Yang Yuchen nodded. It's not just me. Even your eldest senior sister and second senior brother have entered the Trial of God. You and your fourth senior sister will be able to enter the Trial of God in the coming days. For the current you, entering the Trial of God is better than entering the planar battlefield. Moreover, the Trial of God is about to begin. Yang Yuchen said, Third senior brother, don't worry. I won't be entering the planar battlefield for the time being. Duan Ling Tian smiled. He couldn't help but ask Yang Yuchen to confirm when the Trial of God would open next time. After confirming, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. He could wait for 100 years. If it was a few hundred years or even 1,000 years, he definitely couldn't wait. It'll be difficult to enter the godly emperor realm in 100 years. However, it shouldn't be a problem to enter the high-level godly emperor realm. I'll try to raise my cultivation level to near the godly emperor realm before I enter the trial of God. Perhaps I can enter the godly emperor realm in the trial of God. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered with bright lights. Little junior brother. Yang Yuchen continued. Don't think that the people entering the trial of God won't be a threat to you just because you killed the 5 from the Mon-Origin divine sect. The 5 from the Mon-Origin divine sect, even the holy son Wang Yunxing, can't be considered the strongest of the Mon-Origin divine sect's younger generation. Based on past practice, the people sent by the major godly venerate factions to the Myriad Arts Academy aren't considered the top geniuses of their factions. Take the Mon-Origin divine sect for example. Even if you didn't kill the 5 from the Mon-Origin divine sect, they'll still send another 2 holy sons over in a few decades. Those 2, if there's no accident, they'll most likely be intermediate godly emperors by the time they enter the trial of God. Yang Yuchen's words caused Duan Lingtian's heart to tremble. Intermediate godly emperors? Moreover, they were intermediate godly emperors under the age of 10,000. In other words, they were already lower godly emperors now. Even if such seated contestants entered the Myriad Arts Academy a few decades before the trial of God opened, they'd be able to quickly obtain enough credits in a short period of time. The credits awarded for godly emperor-level missions can't be compared to godly emperor-level missions. The credits in the Myriad Arts Academy were obtained by completing various missions issued by the Academy. Some of these missions were issued by the Academy, some by teachers, and some by students. The rewards for these missions were all in the form of credits. 3rd senior brother, 4th senior sister, and I don't have to accumulate a certain amount of credits to enter the trial of God, right? Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of this question. Of course not. Yang Yuchen smiled. No matter what, the Inner Palace is still a part of the Myriad Arts Academy. If the quota for the Inner Palace still requires academic credits, then it would be meaningless. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. There's one more thing. As if suddenly remembering something, Yang Yuchen looked at Duan Lingtian and said again, although your 4th senior sister is a higher godly emperor, don't think that she'll be able to help you in the trial of God. The trial of God is a very strange place. Apart from entering, you won't appear in the same place. It's even possible that you won't be able to recognize your 4th senior sister even if you meet her face to face. Unless you can confirm your identity after exchanging some words. Yang Yuchen's words made Duan Lingtian somewhat curious. Can't recognize each other even if we meet face to face? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. Not only will your appearance change, even your aura will change. Even if you use your divine sense to investigate, you won't be able to discover anything. Of course, the divine artifacts in your hands won't change. Inside, it is often possible to identify a person through a divine artifact that can identify them. Chapter 41-31. However, at the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as he sighed with emotion at the Supreme Powerhouse's playfulness. Only then did he remember that his 4th senior sister was also a young genius under 10,000 years old. She was already a higher god emperor and was even more monstrous than the 2 lower god emperor holy sons of the Mon-Origin spirit sect. 4th senior sister. Thinking of his 4th senior sister who looked harmless but had extraordinary experiences, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of emotions. Perhaps it was because she was undistracted that she could cultivate to her current level. Of course, that was not necessarily the case. Not to mention 4th senior sister, even 3rd senior brother must have entered the higher god emperor realm before he was 10,000 years old. After all, it was said that he had broken through to the ultimate god realm when he was 10,000 years old. It was not easy to break through to the ultimate god realm. No matter what, it was still the last great realm of cultivation before one could become a supreme expert. 3rd senior brother, in the current generation of the Shengang land, other than 4th senior sister, are there any other higher god emperors under 10,000 years old? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Currently, the Mon-Origin spirit sect did not have any. As for the Myriad Law Academy, He was not sure if there were any other higher god emperors other than fourth senior sister. He was also not sure about the other heavyweight ultimate god emperor's forces, much less the giant ultimate god emperor's forces. However, it was possible that there were. Of course there are. Yang Yuchen's reply confirmed Duan Lingtian's guess. Let's not talk about the other forces. Even our Myriad Law Academy has a higher god emperor under 10,000 years old. Only the other heavyweight ultimate god emperors have some higher god emperors. Some of them are known to not have any, but I dare not say for sure. As for those giant ultimate god emperors' forces, they basically have more than one higher god emperor under 10,000 years old. After all, the resources they have are incomparable to our heavyweight ultimate god emperor's forces. I'm sure you've heard that in terms of top combat power, our Myriad Law Academy and the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect are not too far away from the giant ultimate god emperor's forces, right? Yang Yuchen asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Both of them are high-level supreme gods. The difference isn't big. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Yuchen smiled bitterly. Actually, the gap is huge. At the very least, the number of high-level ultimate gods is on a completely different level. However, most of the high-level ultimate gods of the giant ultimate gods forces are hiding behind the scenes. Some say they died under the heavenly tribulation while others say most of them are still alive. However, it's true that we can't see them. No one has ever seen them, not even in those giant ultimate gods forces. Yang Yuchen said. Duan Lingtian suddenly realized the difference between a heavyweight ultimate god force and a giant ultimate god force. In fact, as soon as he learned about the existence of the Myriad Law Academy's Trial of God, and that the giant ultimate god forces did not lack such a place to train their younger generation, he had already felt the difference between a heavyweight ultimate god force and a giant ultimate god force. At that time, he thought that since the giant ultimate god forces had such resources, their top combat power should not be overtaken by the heavyweight ultimate god forces. It turned out that the rumor was because most of the high-level supreme gods of the giant ultimate god forces did not appear in public. If you have nothing else to do in the next 100 years, you can return to the inner palace to cultivate. Moreover, according to what Yi Chunfeng said after he killed the Divine Lord, he was going to kill the Divine Lord to settle the grudge between them all those years ago. Elder Yi is indeed very vengeful. However, he actually killed the ultimate god-level expert. He attacked as soon as he had the strength. Revenge really doesn't wait a night. Thinking back to what Shen Pingfan had told him about Yi Chunfeng's vengeful nature, Duan Lingtian was even more certain now. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he was not Elder Ye's enemy. Elder Yi, how is he so strong? Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Yuchen in shock. He has just broken through to the upper Divine Lord realm, but he can already kill a lower Divine Lord? That's what I wanted to ask you too. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, killing a lower Divine Lord when he has just broken through to the upper Divine Lord realm, no matter how weak a lower Divine Lord is, it is not something an upper Divine Lord who has yet to consolidate his cultivation can kill. At least, this has never happened in the history of the Shengang land. Even Elda Senior Sister and I couldn't kill a lower-level ultimate god in a head-on battle before we consolidated our cultivation base as upper-level ultimate gods. That Yi Chunfeng is a monster. In the past, I have underestimated him. Yang Yuchen sighed. If I had known, I would have brought him back the last time. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. Hearing Yang Yuchen's next words, Duan Lingtian also realized a problem. A person who had just broken through to the upper Divine Lord realm could kill a lower Divine Lord, and in the history of the Shengang land, such a person had never appeared before. Such a person must be very popular in the Shengang land, right? Third senior brother, there should be a heavyweight ultimate god force who will send someone to invite Elder Yi to join, right? Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yuchen. Previously, when he was still in Chunyang school, he heard from Elder Jinping Fan that Yi Chunfeng had to enter the ultimate god realm if he wanted to join a heavyweight ultimate god force. Now, Elder Yi, who had just broken through to the upper divine lord realm, had killed a lower divine lord in a fair and square battle. Such a person must have great potential, right? He had just broken through to the upper divine lord realm and could already kill half of the lower divine lords. Then, when he entered the lower divine lord realm, wouldn't killing a medium divine lord be as easy as cutting vegetables? After all, the gap between the upper divine lord realm and the lower divine lord realm was much bigger than the gap between the lower divine lord realm and the medium divine lord realm. Of course, Yang Yuchen said matter-of-factly. This time, even the lineage of inheritance can't sit still. Maybe it's because I came out to bring you back last time and provoked them. This time, their vice palace master Yuing, whom you met before, has personally gone to their lineage of inheritance. They're preparing to invite Yi Chunfeng to join the lineage of inheritance in the Myriad Law Palace. I just don't know if he'll succeed. At this point, Yang Yuchen looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Little junior brother, you have a good relationship with Yi Chunfeng. Why don't you get him to join our lineage of inheritance? Although it'll take nearly 10,000 years for us to enter the ultimate god relic of the inner palace again, we can give him the quota for the next entry in advance. Yang Yuchen's words stunned Duan Lingtian. Third senior brother, it'll take nearly 10,000 years for us to enter the ultimate god relic again? Why so long? When I went in, it wasn't that long ago when fourth senior sister went in, right? Only 2,000 years? Duan Lingtian was a little puzzled. Why would it take so long? When Yang Yuchen heard this, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Little junior brother, it's all your fault. The longer you stay in there, the more the ultimate god relic will consume. How long has fourth junior sister been in there? How long have you been in there? When Duan Lingtian heard Yang Yuchen's words, he felt a little embarrassed at the same time. It turned out that it was because of him that the ultimate god relic was consumed so much that it could not be re-entered for the next 10,000 years. Of course, he also knew that he could definitely force his way in, but he would definitely not gain any benefits after entering. How about it? Little junior brother, why don't you give it a try? Clearly, Yang Yuchen really wanted to rope Yi Chunfeng in, tell him that once he joins the lineage of inheritance, he'll be fourth senior brother. Fourth junior sister will become fifth junior sister. As for you, nothing has changed. You're still little junior brother. Yi Chunfeng soon got a reply and asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied and then sighed. I didn't expect Elder Yi to be able to kill an ultimate god expert when you just entered the upper-level god emperor realm. Yi Chunfeng quickly said modestly, it's just someone who just entered the ultimate god realm. It's nothing. It's nothing? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Elder Yi, I heard from my third senior brother that in the history of the Shengang land, there has never been anyone who could kill an ultimate god after entering the upper-level god emperor realm. It can be said that your achievement is unprecedented in the Shengang land. Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim when he reached the end of his sentence. At the same time, he thought to himself, it seems that Elder Ye's cultivation has not only increased, maybe his sword principle has also improved. Duan Lingtian knew that Yi Chunfeng's sword principle was not weaker than his. It was not strange that he had entered the next realm first. Your third senior brother? Yi Chunfeng was puzzled. He did not know that Duan Lingtian was in the Myriad Arts Academy. After all, the Tongleng province where the Chunyang school was located was too remote. Even the 7 prefectures where Tongleng province was located were far away. It's Yang Yuchen who went to receive me, Duan Lingtian said. The vice palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy? The medium ultimate god? Yi Chunfeng's reply was a little surprised and shocked. After all, in his eyes, Yang Yuchen was an unreachable existence, a medium ultimate god in his early 20s. Moreover, in terms of combat strength, he was not weaker than the other veteran medium ultimate gods in the Myriad Arts Academy. Even he did not have the confidence to surpass such an existence. Yes, Duan Lingtian replied. I'm relieved that he's your senior brother. That kid, Ping Fan, can also rest assured. Yi Chenfeng said. Although his tone was calm, Duan Lingtian could hear the relief in his voice. Naturally, a warm current rose in his heart. Elder Yi. At this time, Duan Lingtian also returned to the main topic and told Yi Chenfeng everything that his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, had said to him. In his opinion, there was no need to hide this. Moreover, his third senior brother was a medium ultimate god expert. His words were even more persuasive. On the other side, Yi Chenfeng only spoke after Duan Lingtian finished speaking for a while. Duan Lingtian, I originally planned to go to the Myriad Arts Academy. However, knowing that Vice Palace Master Yang is now your third senior brother, I'm relieved. Although Yi Chenfeng did not say it explicitly, Duan Lingtian could still tell that Yi Chenfeng intended to enter the Myriad Arts Academy to take care of him. Regarding this, Duan Lingtian's heart throbbed again. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian said again, in short, Elder Yi, please don't be anxious. Let the people from the heavyweight ultimate god forces wait. Wait for the people from the heavyweight ultimate god forces to come. You don't have to worry about what they'll do to you or that you can't refuse them. When the heavyweight ultimate god forces arrive, they'll naturally retreat. While Duan Lingtian returned to the independent dimension where the internal palace was located to cultivate, outside the Myriad Arts Academy, in a mountain cave in the mountain range, the three figures gathered together. The three of them were all teachers of the Myriad Arts Academy without exception. Teachers in the Emperor God realm. 2 medium Emperor gods and 1 lower Emperor god. If Duan Lingtian doesn't appear, there's nothing we can do. Where did he go? Could it be that the rumors about the internal palace are true? Did he go to the independent dimension where the internal palace is located? The lower Emperor god among the three asked in a low voice. Sect Master, after the 2 holy princes have gathered enough credits, let them see if they can find an opportunity to have a life and death battle with Duan Lingtian. If I'm not mistaken, by that time, Duan Lingtian will most likely have entered the stage of a superior divine emperor. Of course, it'll be the kind that hasn't consolidated his cultivation base yet. Lu Tianfeng said, if the 2 holy princes haven't broken through to the stage of a medium divine emperor, let them suppress their cultivation base for a while. When they have a life and death battle with Duan Lingtian, let them break through. At that time, with the holy prince's means, it'll be easy to kill Duan Lingtian. Lu Tianfeng suggested. Of course, the people I find will also find an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. However, I'm afraid that Yang Yuchen will secretly protect Duan Lingtian. If that's the case, even if there are many divine emperors attacking Duan Lingtian won't be in any danger. Therefore, it's safest to let the holy princes sign a life and death contract with him and kill him in a life and death battle. Moreover, the holy princes will have enough reasons to kill him. After all, he killed 5 people from the Mon-Origin spirit sect earlier. When he reached the end of his sentence, Lu Tianfeng's eyes began to shine with an incomparably cold light. All right, the sect master of the Mon-Origin spirit sect pondered for a moment before he nodded. I'll arrange this matter. Originally, they still had to wait for a while before they set off. Now, it seems like it's better to set off earlier. Let them set off for the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace in 3 days. 3 days later, at the Mon-Origin spirit sect's encampment, a divine artifact spaceship broke through space. There were 5 people in the spaceship. There were 2 young men, 2 old men, and a middle-aged man. One of the old men was the vice sect master of the Mon-Origin spirit sect, Lu Tianfeng. Senior Uncle Tianfeng. The handsome young man in a long blue robe looked at Lu Tianfeng and asked bluntly, "Is that Duan Lingtian from the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace really less than 1,000 years old?" Yes. Lu Tianfeng's face was cold earlier, but when the young man asked him the question, he forced a smile that was uglier than a crying face. "I can confirm this matter. The people I sent to the lower realm have confirmed it many times. There's no way it's fake. Duan Lingtian came from the mundane realm and is less than 1,000 years old, but he already has everything he has today. Moreover, he has mastered the sword Dao. Even his attainments in the law of space are extraordinary." Lu Tianfeng paused for a moment before he continued. "I suspect that he obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse who's skilled in the law of space, and that supreme expert's legacy contained his own supreme expert's divinity. I'm guessing that this is the reason why his attainments in the law of space are superior to most god emperors, even though he's not even 1,000 years old." In fact, Lu Tianfeng was guessing blindly. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was not here. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. After all, he had hidden the supreme powerhouse godhead so well that it was impossible for anyone to discover it. Supreme powerhouse godhead? The young man's eyes lit up when he heard Lu Tianfeng's words. That's good stuff. Very few supreme powerhouses' inheritances have left such things behind. Of course. At this time, the other old man who had been silent all this time said, "Very few supreme powerhouses can leave behind a godhead. Even if they want to leave behind a godhead, they might not succeed. This is why the godhead of a supreme powerhouse is so rare. If you can obtain the supreme powerhouse godhead, even if you haven't come into contact with the supreme powerhouse's law beforehand, you'll be able to comprehend that law in a short period of time. You might even be able to surpass the law you're skilled in a short period of time. If you have the chance to kill him and obtain the supreme powerhouse godhead, it'll be great news for you. Of course, the possibility of this is not high. He might have hidden the supreme powerhouse godhead in his self-destructed spatial ring. If he dies, the supreme powerhouse godhead will disappear into the spatial turbulence along with the spatial ring. Chapter 41:35. I heard he has comprehended the sword Dao. Moreover, his attainments in it are extraordinary. Could it be the legacy of a supreme powerhouse? The young man asked again. I don't think so. Lu Tianfeng shook his head. His sword Dao originated from his master in a lower realm, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was also a genius in the lower realm. He comprehended the sword Dao on his own. When he was in the mundane realm, he had already mastered the rudimentary form of the sword Dao. He was undefeated in 10,000 battles. Later on, when he came to the Devata realm, he walked his own path of the sword Dao and mastered the true sword Dao. Duan Lingtian's sword Dao originated from him. Lu Tianfeng's eyes gleamed as he continued to say, however, according to the news from the people I sent out, Feng Qingyang might have also obtained the legacy of a supreme powerhouse, since he managed to return alive from one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm, the Azura Hell. The Azura Hell. Upon hearing Lu Tianfeng's words, the young man and the others present on the scene were shocked. Although they were from the realms of gods, they knew about the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Some of the deadliest places were even used by the Mon-Origin spirit sect as training grounds for the younger generation. However, there were 3 deadliest places that not many people dared to enter even in the Mon-Origin spirit sect. It was said that even ultimate gods would not be able to survive if they entered one of the 3 deadliest places. It was said that there were ultimate gods in the top 3 deadliest places in the Devata realms. They might not even be humans. They would kill anyone who trespassed without any reason. They regarded the 3 deadliest places as their territories. The Azura Hell was one of the deadliest places in the Devata realms. It was one of the top 3 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Not only was it a deadliest place for people from the Devata realms, but it was also a deadliest place for people from the realms of gods. Vice sect leader Lu. What was Feng Qingyang's cultivation base when he returned alive from the Azura Hell? At this time, even the middle-aged man who had been silent all this while couldn't help but speak. This time, the two holy sons of the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect were heading to the Wanda Law Palace. The Mon-Origin Spirit Sect sent 2 medium-level ultimate gods and a low-level ultimate god to escort them. One of them was Lu Tianfeng, while the other was the middle-aged man, one of the 4 great guardians of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. As for the other old man, he was a lower-level ultimate god elder of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. However, he was one of the top 3 lower-level ultimate gods in the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. Protector Leng. When Lu Tianfeng looked at the middle-aged man, there was a hint of dread in the depths of his eyes, but on the surface, there was a smile that was uglier than crying. According to the feedback from the people I sent out, that Feng Qingyang had just become a god when he came out of Azura Hell. When I entered, I had yet to become a god. As soon as Lu Tianfeng said this, the others present couldn't help but be shocked. Without becoming a god, he entered Azura Hell and returned safe and sound? It was said that even an ultimate god would face certain risks if he entered Azura Hell. Yet, Duan Lingtian's master entered without becoming a god and survived? What kind of luck was that? Because of that, I suspect he has obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. Lu Tianfeng continued. Even the inheritance left behind by a high-level ultimate god may not be able to save his life. Only the inheritance left behind by a supreme expert is possible. After Feng Qingyang came out of Azura Hell, his cultivation base has improved tremendously. The people he sent to the lower realm had already told him that Duan Lingtian was very protective of his people when he was in the lower realm. If anything happened to the people around him, he would be angrier than if someone offended him. Although Lu Tianfeng and the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect could deny Duan Lingtian's actions in the lower realm. However, when Duan Lingtian grew stronger in the future, it wouldn't be difficult to find out the truth. At that time, the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect might not be able to shake Duan Lingtian, but it wouldn't be difficult to kill him. He knew very well that once Duan Lingtian had truly grown to a certain extent, the Monarch Spirit Sect would definitely hand him over to appease his anger. Therefore, Lu Tianfeng was the person who wanted Duan Lingtian dead the most in the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect. A supreme expert's divinity. It would be more interesting if there were some stakes in a life-and-death duel. The young man who had taken the initiative to ask about Duan Lingtian was one of the 2 holy sons from the Monarch Spirit Sect. At this moment, a hint of greed could be seen in his eyes. Humph! The other young man who had been silent all this while snorted. If you want to bet with him, you have to take out something of equal value. Otherwise, do you think he'll bet with you? That's a supreme expert's divinity, not some random stone. The young man was also a holy prince of the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect. He used to be a lesser god emperor, but he had successfully advanced to become a lesser god emperor. As for the other young man, he could have broken through recently as well, but he was in no hurry to do so because the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect's sect leader had talked to him. Now he could break through at any time. That's true. The young man in front, who was the only lesser god emperor of the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect, shook his head. I can't take out something of equal value to a supreme expert's divinity. At this moment, the middle-aged man with the surname Lang smiled faintly and said, If you can convince Duan Lingtian to bet with you when you have a life-and-death battle with him, you can't take out something of equal value to a supreme expert's divinity, but it's not like the sect can't. Of course, the supreme expert's divinity is a priceless treasure. However, as long as you take out something that's enough to tempt Duan Lingtian, and he thinks he'll definitely win, he might agree. Perhaps he'll only realize how foolish he was when you have a life-and-death battle with him and make a breakthrough. The young man's eyes lit up when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Don't celebrate too early. Protector Lang continued, Even if you win and kill Duan Lingtian, the supreme expert's divinity in his hands won't belong to you. It'll belong to the sect. Of course, you can have priority to use it for a while. The young man smiled at Protector Lung's reminder. Of course, I know that. It's good enough that I have priority. The supreme expert's divinity could help one comprehend the laws of nature. It was useful even for godly venerables. In the Monorigin spirit sect, although the higher godly venerables were not proficient in the law of space, there were intermediate godly venerables who were proficient in the law of space. Since the supreme expert's divinity had arrived, he would have priority to comprehend it. Of course, if he was the one who won it, then his priority would naturally be ranked at the top. It's best not to complicate matters. Lu Tianfeng frowned and said, if you mention the supreme expert's divinity, he might not admit it. After all, he agreed to the life and death battle with you. He must be confident that he can kill you and survive. As a higher god emperor, my divine power has transformed, and my strength has improved as well. Now, if I go up against Wang Yunshang and the other intermediate god emperors again, I can easily defeat them even without the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with confidence. End of this chapter. When Lang Chunwan said this, the old man was first stunned. Then his expression changed. The higher divine emperor who looked like a young girl addressed Duan Lingtian as little junior brother. And she said that he was not her third senior brother's match. Duan Lingtian was her junior brother, so her third senior brother was undoubtedly the same person as Duan Lingtian's third senior brother. Their Myriad Law Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yang Yuchen. She's actually Vice Palace Master Yang's junior sister. No wonder. So she's Vice Palace Master Yang's junior sister. I didn't expect Vice Palace Master Yang to have such a junior sister. I've never heard of her before. The Inner Palace branch was too mysterious. Not many people in Myriad Law Academy knew of its existence. After Lang Chunwan entered the Inner Palace branch, she had only left the Inner Palace branch a few times, and each time she did not reveal her identity. Naturally, there were not many people who knew that Yang Yuchen had a junior sister like her. Teacher Yuwen. At this time, when a few other figures arrived, a lower god emperor teacher who was passing by greeted the old man in a timely manner. Then, he told the old man in full detail about what had happened earlier. The surrounding people nodded in agreement. The three of them joined forces to kill Duan Lingtian? The old man's expression changed, and at the same time, anger rose in his eyes. Recently, he had been patrolling this area. If the three of them really succeeded and killed Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. When the patrolling teachers who had followed the old man heard the whole story, their expressions changed as well. 3 teachers of Myriad Law Academy had joined forces to kill Duan Lingtian. Had they gone mad? At this moment, the news spread through the entire Myriad Law Academy at an extremely fast speed through the transmission of messages from the people present. In fact, many people in the 10,000 Arts Academy had learned about Duan Lingtian's assassination attempt at this moment. Failed? In the Monorigin Spirit Sect's encampment, Vice Sect leader Lu Tianfeng's expression changed and became extremely unsightly when he received the news from Myriad Art Academy. Before the 3 of them had made their move, he had already known. For this reason, he had been waiting for the good news to come back. 3 intermediate god emperors had tried to kill Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian only had an ordinary-looking girl by his side. Moreover, no one knew who she was. Under such circumstances, who would think she was a threat? As for investigating the girl, it was naturally inconvenient. If they did, they would definitely alarm Duan Lingtian. However, what he did not expect was that not only were the people present mistaken, but he had also mistakenly overlooked the girl. The girl was a higher god emperor. Moreover, she was Duan Lingtian's senior sister and Yang Yuchen's junior sister. She's proficient in the law of destruction and has a full soul high-grade god artifact. She killed 3 intermediate god emperors in half a breath's time? How come I've never heard of Yang Yuchen having such a junior sister before? Does this mean she's also from the Inner Palace Division where Yang Yuchen is? At Lu Tianfeng's level, even if the Inner Palace Division was not well known, he still knew of its existence. At the same time, he also knew that there were not many people in the Inner Palace Division. When Duan Lingtian had joined Myriad Law Academy, Yang Yuchen had personally invited him. Therefore, he had guessed that Duan Lingtian had joined the Inner Palace Division. But who would have thought that the 10,000 Laws Palace's Inner Palace would have such a harmless-looking high god emperor who had ruined his plan? Now that I've failed, it'll be difficult to succeed again. Chapter 41-39. Lang Chun-1. Duan Lingtian's 4th senior sister, Yang Yuchen's 4th junior sister. This time, the attack on Duan Lingtian in Myriad Law Academy made Lang Chun-1 famous. It was only at this moment that most people in Myriad Law Academy knew of Lang Chun-1's existence. Even those in the Legacy Division, although they had long known of the existence of Lang Chun-1 in the Inner Palace and knew that she was not yet 10,000 years old, they were not too sure of her strength. However, according to past practice, there were no weaklings in the Inner Palace, so they were still mentally prepared for Lang Chun-1's talent and strength. However, even if they were mentally prepared, they still felt that Lang Chun-1, a junior who was not yet 10,000 years old, was at most a middle god emperor. In their Legacy Division, the 2 most outstanding people in the younger generation who were not yet 10,000 years old were the 2 middle god emperors. In their opinion, even if they were not considered the top battle strength of the younger generation in the Shengang land, they were not far from it. Only those giant, godly, venerable level forces could possibly have stronger existences. A high god emperor who was not yet 10,000 years old in the past, in their opinion, such an existence could only exist in the giant, godly, venerable level forces. However, today they found out that there was such an existence in Myriad Law Academy. She was from the Inner Palace and was Yang Yuchen's junior sister. Moreover, she had always kept a low profile and had never revealed her strength. Perhaps, if Duan Lingtian had not been attacked today, she would not have revealed her strength. How laughable, to think that we thought that Duan Lingtian would become Yang Yuchen's capital after he brought Duan Lingtian back to Myriad Law Academy. If we really want to talk about capital, his 4th junior sister is his biggest capital. A high god emperor who is not yet 10,000 years old. Moreover, she specializes in the law of destruction, a law that is not weaker than the 4 supreme laws in terms of killing. Moreover, she has already nurtured a full soul high-grade divine weapon. What a monster! It's said that no one in the Inner Palace is mediocre. I'm convinced. I heard Duan Lingtian address Yang Yuchen as 3rd senior brother, so there are obviously 2 people before Yang Yuchen. However, I've never heard of those 2 people, nor have I seen them appear in front of anyone. Since they are ranked before Yang Yuchen, they must be stronger, right? Since he's from the Inner Palace, it's impossible for us from the lineage of Legacy to not know about him, right? I'll have to ask my master about this. I want to ask too. After witnessing the skills of Duan Lingtian and Lang Chun-1 one after another, the people of the House of Legacy could not help but feel shocked when they thought of their ages. In addition, there was also Yang Yuchen in the Inner Palace. Yang Yuchen was known as the #1 genius of Myriad Arts Academy in the past 100,000 years. At the very least, in the past 100,000 years of Wanda Law Palace, there hadn't been anyone who could achieve achievements comparable to Yang Yuchen's at Yang Yuchen's age, let alone surpassing him. Whether it's Duan Lingtian or Lang Chunwan, Yang Yuchen didn't seem to be as good as them when he was their age, right? Doesn't that mean that when they reach Yang Yuchen's age, they'll be more outstanding than Yang Yuchen? In the past, we only knew that there was a Yang Yuchen in the inner palace, but we knew nothing about his senior brothers and senior sisters. Moreover, they seem very mysterious. Even my grandmaster didn't know about them, only that they were also ultimate god experts. Do you think it's possible that they're more outstanding than Yang Yuchen? That's not possible, right? If that's the case, then the inner palace is too heaven-defying, right? In the past, the lineage of legacy's understanding of the inner palace was mostly based on Yang Yuchen's lack of people. Even when Yang Yuchen brought Duan Lingtian to the inner palace, they thought that Yang Yuchen was lucky to have snatched Duan Lingtian from the hands of the major ultimate god-level factions. It was not until Lang Chunwan's appearance that they realized that they had completely misjudged the inner palace. The inner palace was not that simple. Felt like the water was much deeper than they had imagined. There were not many people, but each and every one of them was an elite. Before Yang Yuchen, there were two very mysterious existences. They only knew that there was a first senior sister and second senior brother. As for how strong they were, even the mid-level ultimate god experts in the lineage of legacy were not very clear. Both of them were very mysterious. Senior sister, don't tell me you want to be famous? You're really famous this time. Duan Lingtian continued to take Lang Chunwan around the Myriad Art Academy. At the same time, he glanced at the group of Myriad Art Academy students who had come to join in the fun and see Lang Chunwan. He smiled and said to Lang Chunwan. Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up when she heard that. She seemed to enjoy it very much. Really? Then, am I more famous than you now, junior brother? Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Senior sister, you're a high-level supreme god emperor. In their eyes, I'm only a mid-level supreme god emperor. Even the high-grade full-soul divine weapon in my hand was nurtured by someone else. Unlike you, senior sister, who nurtured a high-grade full-soul divine weapon on your own. Duan Lingtian said. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lang Chunwan shook her head and said, My high-grade full-soul divine weapon was not nurtured by myself. First senior sister gave it to me when I just broke through to the divine emperor realm. I heard from her that she obtained it by killing a mid-level supreme god. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Lang Chunwan's words. In fact, he had been wondering if his fourth senior sister's high-grade full-soul divine weapon was nurtured by herself. Because it did not look like it, that high-grade full-soul divine weapon gave him the feeling that it was not any weaker than his 7 orifices exquisite sword. An ordinary high-level supreme god would not be able to nurture a high-grade full-soul divine weapon to such an extent. For example, when he fought against the Mon-Origin sect in the Hall of Life and Death 100 years ago, his teacher, Yuan Dongchun, who was on duty at that time, displayed a high-grade full-soul divine weapon that was much weaker. Also, when the deputy leader of the Mon-Origin sect, Lu Tianfeng, visited him, the high-grade full-soul divine weapon of his female disciple was also ordinary. She killed a mid-level supreme god. Chapter 41-41. The two mid-level ultimate gods fled in different directions. They did not even dare to look back. Their breaths were in a mess and their nerves were tense. They were worried that the expert with the power of law would chase after them. When they sensed the terrifying energy fluctuation coming from behind them, their expressions changed greatly. How unlucky! Was he really coming after them? Bang! An incomparably huge fist flashed through the void. As the fist landed, a terrifying power of law condensed, smashing down like a setting sun. In the next moment, a mid-level ultimate god took out his full-soul high-grade divine weapon to block the attack. The light on his body was extinguished inch by inch. In just 3 breaths, the mid-level ultimate god let out a mournful cry. "Can you let me know who you are before you die?" A mid-level ultimate god with the power of law shining over millions of miles. Even in the realm of gods where he was from, there were only a handful of such geniuses, and each of them was famous. He even knew about the people from the plains of gods and the mystic starland. However, not a single one of those people had such an appearance. He was certain the other party was not in disguise. Therefore, he concluded that the other party was a low-key mid-level ultimate god from the Shengang land. Although his strength was amazing, he was not famous. Before he died, he really wanted to know who the other party was. This way, he could die with peace of mind. In the next moment, the young man's voice transmission rang in his ears. "I'm Hong Ifeng from the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner palace." As soon as the burly young man finished speaking, the gigantic fist that fell from the sky like a meteor instantly blew up the mid-level ultimate god in despair. The mid-level ultimate god exploded. He turned into a mist of blood and scattered in the air. Only a full-soul high-grade divine weapon was left. To be precise, it was a full-soul high-grade divine weapon whose soul had been annihilated along with its owner. Boom! On the other side, after killing a mid-level ultimate god with a punch, another mid-level ultimate god was also killed by the burly young man's palm. He followed in his companion's footsteps. 2 medium-level ultimate gods had fallen in the blink of an eye. Eldest senior sister and third junior brother were right. Mastering the way of control and mastering the embryonic form of the way of control are 2 completely different concepts. The difference is too big. The robust young man was precisely the second senior brother of the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace, Hong Yifeng. After he muttered in a low voice, his brows raised, and then he transformed into a golden ray of light that fled 5 million kilometers away. At the same time, 2 incomparably large giants that seemed to hold up the sky shone with dazzling light where he had been standing. Everyone within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers could vaguely see them. Is that an ultimate god expert? 2 medium-level ultimate gods. Within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, everyone, whether they were in the wilderness or in the barracks, had their eyes fixed on the 2 giants in the distance. In the next instant, they heard the 2 giants let out unwilling roars. Then, with a loud crash, they fell. 2 mid-level ultimate gods have fallen? This strange phenomenon also shocked everyone who saw it. Some of the experts even started to fly towards the place where the 2 mid-level ultimate gods had fallen. Who died? 2 medium-level ultimate gods fell at the same time. Was it a high-level ultimate god? Which high-level supreme god did it? Not long after, more than a dozen people gathered at the remote place where the 2 mid-level ultimate gods had fallen. These dozen or so people had come alone. Each of them hovered in the void. Of course, any heavyweight ultimate god level force would have at least 3 quotas. The 3 spots were fixed. There was no need to compete. If not, how could those heavyweight ultimate god forces who did not have any outstanding prodigies among the younger generation be willing to accept this? On the day before the opening of the Divine Trial Grounds, a loud and clear voice spread throughout the entire Myriad Arts Academy in a timely manner. At noon tomorrow, All those who have obtained a slot to enter the trial of God are to gather at the central square. Chapter 41-44. Myriad Law Academy. Central Square. It wasn't even noon yet, but a large crowd had already gathered here. They were all students of Myriad Law Academy. Of course, only 100 people had won a spot to enter the trial grounds. Most of them were here to watch the excitement. 100 people who had won a spot to enter the trial grounds were about to gather and enter. Such a grand occasion had only happened once in 10,000 years in the history of Myriad Law Academy. I won't have a chance in this lifetime. The next time the trial grounds open, I'll be over 10,000 years old. A student of Myriad Law Academy who was only 3,000 years old and hadn't even broken through to the lesser God Emperor realm side. Born at the wrong time, born at the wrong time. In the future, when I have a son, I'll definitely be born at the same time as the trial grounds open so that my son will have a chance to enter the trial grounds. In fact, many students of Myriad Law Academy had the same idea. There was no lack of geniuses in Myriad Law Academy, and geniuses were generally full of confidence in themselves. Although they hadn't won a spot to enter the trial grounds this time, they didn't feel that their talent wasn't enough. They only felt that they hadn't arrived at the right time. Of course, most of these people were relatively young. The nearly 10,000 years old students of Myriad Law Academy were quiet and low-key at this time. They had no choice but to keep a low profile. If they were born a few thousand years earlier, they could also complain, but the problem was that they were at the right age. Most of the 100 people who had won a spot to enter the trial grounds were younger than them. The Mon-Origin sect's Holy Son, Murong Haitang, and Meng Yu are here. A group of 5 people came from afar, attracting the attention of many students in the blink of an eye. Hu Lanqi is actually very powerful. However, he's overshadowed by these two. That's natural. Didn't you see Hu Lanqi, who usually walks with 2 followers, also become followers now? Haha, now that you mention it, I suddenly realized that Hu Lanqi is following Murong Haitang and Meng Yu, and behind Hu Lanqi are 2 tails. The 5 from the Mon-Origin sect arrived. 2 youths walked in front, followed by another youth. It was the Mon-Origin sect's disciple, Hu Lanqi. Behind Hu Lanqi were 2 other disciples of the monarch spirit cult. I heard that before Murong Haitang came to our 10,000 Law Palace, she had already stepped into the middle-level God Emperor realm, and Meng Yu is also about to break through. Your news is outdated. Meng Yu has already successfully stepped into the middle God Emperor realm. Meng Yu also broke through. The group of 5 from the monarch spirit cult had all won a spot to enter the trial grounds. In fact, in terms of strength alone, among the 5 of them, only the 2 holy sons, Hu Lanqi, and the other 2 would be able to secure a spot. The other 2 were a little uncertain. However, with the help of Murong Haitang, the holy son of the Mon-Origin divine sect, the 2 of them managed to obtain a spot. This time, 5 people from the monarch spirit sect would enter the trial grounds. The Mon-Origin divine sect occupied 5 out of the 80 spots available to the heavyweight ultimate god forces. It was not a lot, but it was definitely not a small number either. If not for the death of Wang Yunsheng, the Mon-Origin god cult's holy son, the Mon-Origin god cult would definitely have 1 more slot. Many people sighed. Speaking of Wang Yunsheng, do you think Duan Lingtian will enter the trial grounds this time? Duan Lingtian was also the person who had killed Wang Yunsheng, the holy son of the Mon-Origin divine sect. Even though he had been in seclusion for the past 100 years and lived in seclusion, no one had forgotten about him. Definitely. Many people thought so. She might have already become a high-level God Emperor by now. The other was a high-level God Emperor who had killed 3 middle-level God Emperors like killing chickens. He's here too. Soon, Duan Lingtian saw a familiar figure in the crowd. He could not help but smile and nod at the other party. At this moment, the other party was also smiling brightly. Tan Fei, you know Duan Lingtian? Beside Tan Fei, a young student looked surprised. You weren't bragging earlier? Tan Fei was the student who stayed in the dormitory next to Duan Lingtian's dormitory 603. Chapter 41-47. Yu Wenfeng. It was the name of the previous owner of Duan Lingtian's body, the male puppet. Bring me to see your city master. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he glanced at the old lady who was staring at him in disbelief. The old lady no longer dared to treat the person in front of her as a divine spirit. What a joke! He was obviously a high-level divine emperor. Moreover, he was even more terrifying than the high-level divine emperors in Wuxia City. She even had a feeling that this high-level divine emperor was even more terrifying than the city master of Wuxia City. A high-level divine emperor was even more terrifying than a low-level divine emperor? The old lady wondered if she had hit her head. Otherwise, why would she have such a ridiculous thought? Yes, yes. Seeing Duan Lingtian's gaze becoming sharper, the old lady hurriedly took out a few divine elixirs and consumed them. After recovering from her injuries, she led the way for Duan Lingtian. Along the way, the old woman gradually calmed down after the peak of the fear in her heart passed. Thinking about the interactions she had with the person behind her today, she suddenly realized something. Yu Wenfeng seemed to be a completely different person today. He was no longer as shy as a woman. Although he still looked like a gigolo, his aura was undoubtedly that of a man. Moreover, the temperament he exuded had changed greatly. It was as if he had been possessed by someone. Yu Wenfeng, could it be that he has been possessed by some almighty? That's not right. Even if he has been possessed, his strength couldn't have increased to such a level in a few days. 2 days ago, Yu Wenfeng was still a sickly gigolo. The more the old lady thought about it, the more she couldn't figure it out. Forget it. I'll leave this matter to the city master. Of course, the premise is that the city master can suppress him. The old lady felt that she might really be crazy. No matter how much Yu Wenfeng had changed, he was still a high-level divine emperor. The city master was a low-level divine emperor. How could he not suppress him? Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the old woman was thinking. The only thing he wanted to do now was to meet Lu Wuyo, the city lord of Wuxia City, and learn more about this world from him. This world was too strange. Moreover, the previous owner of this body only knew the tip of the iceberg. His level was too low. But if that city lord found out that the boy toy she had always used as a shield was actually stronger than her, I wonder how she would feel? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but curl up into a faint smile when he thought about this. A boy toy that could be crushed to death with one finger in the past. Now, he was suppressing her instead. Although Duan Lingtian did not know much about Lu Wuyo's strength, he had seen Lu Wuyo make a move before. It was precisely because of that memory that Duan Lingtian knew how strong Lu Wuyo was. He was not bad among the low-level divine emperors. However, he was just not bad. He was not the best among the low-level divine emperors. At most, he was in the middle of the low-level divine emperors. Soon, The old lady brought Yu Wenfeng to the gate of the inner mansion of the City Master Mansion. The inner mansion of the City Master Mansion was the residence of City Lord Lu Wuyo. The original owner of Duan Lingtian's body, Yu Wenfeng, lived in a small corner in the backyard of the inner mansion. City Lord. The old lady stood outside the gate and said respectfully, Yu Wenfeng said that he wants to see you. Now, he is suspected to have the strength of a high-level divine emperor. The old lady revealed Yu Wenfeng's background as soon as she opened her mouth. At the same time, she wanted to warn her city lord. Of course, what she didn't know was that Yu Wenfeng was no longer the Yu Wenfeng of the past. His body had been taken over by another person.